I am muted. Okay. Noted. Okay. I believe we are good. I believe we are good. It's okay. Hello. It is me, your boy, KingdomAce. Let's hope the audio is okay this stream, by the way, because I unfortunately committed the cardinal sin of streaming a different game than Dragon Age. So, and because it was even worse, it was with friends, my audio levels were all over the place. So let's hope I was able to eyeball things right and get them back to where they should be. I think I did all right with that. But hello, I hope you guys are doing okay and that your days are going well so far. I hope they are going well. I don't know why it's still showing me my chat from last stream. I don't know why it's doing that. It usually does that, but like not this long. Let's bring this over here. What did he send me? There we go. you're playing over playing Overmatch. How's Overmatch going for you, Josie? I want to know. I'm very curious how Overmatch is going. Gotta see two squirrels fight today. One of them like suplex the other off a tree. It's funny, you were watching like actual like squirrelian history going down. Like you had front row seats for that. How do you feel about that? How do you feel that like squirrel life changes forever after today, and that you were able to, you know, take part in history in the making? So things are going pretty good. That's what I like to hear. You may have noticed too, by the way, that I have the upgrade for things. So I do have to kind of give you some bad news that like some of you are going to be kind of upset with me for, and I would be upset too, but I really didn't have a choice in this regard, and I did have to make an executive decision. But yeah, I made the executive decision and I experienced a cutscene off screen. I know. Feel free to email me your complaints. I apologize. And normally it'd be like, okay, it's probably just a whatever cutscene. No, it was actually, it was kind of a bigger cutscene. I'm not gonna cap. It was kind of a bigger cutscene. I would if I was watching the series, I probably would be a little annoyed, like, dang, you really saw that off screen? And like, yeah, I did. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. But I'm canceling my membership right now. Guys, we can talk this out. So just for those who are interested in knowing what cutscene I did off screen, I wanted to go to the war table because I needed to get some stuff done off screen, like with getting money and some resources, etc. But I knew it was going to force me into a cutscene, so I was like, okay, let me just get through this cutscene. It's probably not too big a deal, and it really wasn't too big of a cutscene. It was mostly them just talking about like, oh well, Corypheus's Corypheus is retreating, and and his forces didn't see all this coming. We're doing great. They're weak. Now's the time to attack, etc. You know what I'm talking about. And then Morrigan comes in and starts talking to us about the Alluvion, and how she actually has one fixed up, and showed it to us, and showed that it took us to like a world in between space and time, and that if he's able to go and fix the other Alluvion, then this is the place he's probably trying to get to. So we can't let that happen. That's basically all that happened. But I thought, people seeing me go to this other world or whatever, with Morrigan might be something, people were waiting on. But again, it wasn't that big of a cutscene in the grand scheme of things. It wasn't that crazy, So I think most people will be willing to forgive me. I think most will be willing to forgive me. I do apologize about that, but I did try. I did try. Yeah, again, that was just the cliff notes, and yes, again, it does kind of I know, but realistically I can't go back anyway, because again, I really needed resources, and I hate wasting time on stream, and I think the biggest reason I did that was because we spent so much of last stream, yapping and stuff, and I really felt bad. I know everybody seemed cool with it and stuff like that. We actually had a really great time, but I did feel bad. I even told friends about it and stuff, how I felt pretty bad about it and stuff, and especially not streaming in for a couple of days because we did Halo and then the normal days off. I felt pretty bad about it. So I was like, you know what, this stream, we're going to do as much as we can, minimal yaps, and we're going to game. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna game this stream. That was the decision that led me to going and doing that, because whatever I can do off screen, I can do off screen. I knew it was gonna do a cutscene, but I was like, it probably won't be too big of a deal. If like my hero Ferelden shows up and stuff like that, I would alt F4 and then come clean to y'all. But I still came clean about it anyway. I mean, because more often than not, if I went to the war table, some people might not have realized that we missed that cutscene anyway, but it's better to be honest about certain things, and again, not that I have to include every cutscene. It's not that I found I missed the thing. I saw a cutscene off screen. I didn't show it. Yeah, but again, I know it exists, and I'm gonna be honest, I also didn't react crazy. I was just like, oh, okay, you didn't miss me going, oh, you this is her thing. I didn't do any of that. I didn't do any of that. So even if I did do it on stream, I wouldn't have reacted that way, and this is my first time actually talking about it. So yeah, it wasn't a crazy cutscene or anything like that. It was interesting though. It actually was interesting, but I don't think it's so huge of a deal. And if people who are watching this with alongside me and haven't played through the game, I don't think you missed anything too major. I do think it actually does say a few things, but I already explained what happened, and I think that's more than good enough personally, because the cutscene was pretty short anyway. But yeah, I mean, if it was like, my hero Ferelden showing up, Hawk coming back saying she's gonna be there for the final battle, and Corypheus came and dropped in on us and taunted us or something. If it was something like that, then I would have been like, okay, yeah, I gotta get out of here, But that didn't happen, so that didn't happen. But yeah. Oh, that was weird. Couldn't control myself for a second. It was like it was on autopilot. Still don't have any of that. Mass nug invasion. We need some of that other offense tonic. We should be using more of these kind of things, but I need that third slot. Oh, I already have equipped. I need I need this. I have 0 L fruits. Are you kidding, bro? 0 L fruits is crazy. But having 12 potions is nuts now, though. Nice. J Money's back again. Local celebrity. Enjoy. I hope you're enjoying your playthrough of Origins. Ace back where I play Kingmaker. I love being people's second monitor streamer. You'll probably notice I have some slightly different abilities, and by slightly different abilities I mean one different ability, which is Death Blow, and I got rid of the Flask of Fire because I just use it less now that I have Flask of Frost, and obviously I can't get rid of Flask of Lightning. But yeah, okay, I think for now we should continue talking to some of our people. We're gonna be doing this music nonsense less, and we're going to be back talking to our friends. Thought you would have forgotten my last visit from now. How? Maybe if I got rat brain. Also, it's pretty difficult for me to actually forget viewers' names. If you actually chat and interact in like the stream chat and stuff and with others, I'll definitely remember you, even if it's just one stream. I mean, if it's been years or something, then probably I could forget, you know, especially if we have like a lot of new people coming in through new series and progressing and stuff. But usually it's that doesn't happen. Usually I'm pretty good with remembering that kind of thing. I gotta give myself credit for that. Who do we need to talk to? I want to talk to Cassandra. We did talk to her last stream, so I don't think she has anything new to say, but you'll forgive me if I don't mind talking to her.
It's always wonderful to speak with you.
Never mind.
That's enough for now.
We shall speak again soon.
Oh, I'm sitting pretty low today. Usually I raise the chair up and, you know, get all professional, but I'm kind of like, I'm laying back, you know, seat lowered all the way to the bottom. My monitor is twisted this way on that side, like it's twisted so I can like, so it'll be angled right. It can be angled more down without looking awkward. Oh, dude, I need to stretch a bit more. Feeling my age now. I feel like I'm getting, I'm feeling it a little bit. Where am I going again? Here. Yes, ma'am. I love me some Cassandra. Iron Bull, wonderful. What's up, guy?
Inquisitor, come have a drink. To killing a high dragon like warriors of legend.
Bro, you did not even do that. Ugh. What's up, cats of all cosmos? I hope you have a nice day off
right?
today.
Put some chest on your chest.
It's Sunday.
That little gurgle right before it spat fire. And that roar. What I wouldn't give to roar like that. The way the ground shook when it landed. The smell of the fires burning. Tarsidathan Halsam.
I thought he would be
You know,
mad.
Kunari hold dragons sacred. Well, as much as we hold anything sacred. Here, your turn.
I kind of thought this would be my favorite character, but like, you could say maybe, oh, well, you just don't use him enough. But like, I feel like that's pretty separate from his story. The way that this game does things feels pretty different, you know? Like, I don't feel like I'm missing out on people when I don't bring them with me, because I still get to do their full character quests, you know? He seems to approve more when I just go with the flow instead of asking questions.
Yes, the second cup's easier. Most of the nerves in your throat are dead after the first one. Atashi. The glorious ones. That's our word for them. Atashi.
It feels like he does feel like he's here because he was hired to be here. You know, I feel like he's less attached from the actual overall plot and the motivations of the plot than anything else. Like, quite frankly, we are friends, of course, but I also feel like we're not such close friends that if we stopped paying him, would he stop would he leave? You know, I feel like people we did pay and stuff like that to be here, I'm pretty sure everybody's getting paid here, you know, but at the same time, I feel like a lot of people have a reason to be with the Inquisition because they want something for this world and they want to leave an impact. Of course, not everybody here is like that, but a lot of people want to do their part. And I don't necessarily feel that way with Iron Bull. Again, I could be wrong, you know, and I haven't finished his character quest, but I up to this point, that's what it's kind of felt like, especially since, like, in terms of the main story, we're basically at the end of the freaking game, you know? So that's just how I feel. I mean, his VA is awesome, though. Yeah, you're right. You are right. It's awesome. Hey, yeah, awesome. Hope you enjoyed Original Sin 2. My backlog just keep growing because games keep going on sale. Anyone else have this problem? I still haven't ever even played XM2 after a year of owning it. Buddy, a year is easy, bro. I've owned some games for like 5 years and haven't touched them and stuff. I mean, it's definitely a first world problem, but like getting games from developers and stuff, a lot of times they don't even tell you to make videos on them, but getting games from them and stuff just adds to the backlog and stuff too. You know, and again, I'm also somebody who purchased a lot of games throughout the years early, knowing that I would, you know, eventually cover it on the channel. Like Dragon Age Origins, I bought that game like 5 years ago. You know, I owned that game for years, but it took me years to actually go and play it. I think I owned it for about 3 or 4 years before I actually went and played it. KOTOR, I bought that years ago too. I probably first got KOTOR back then. There's not even any achievements on this game, but I bought that years ago. I bought Trails in the Sky. I bought Trails in the Sky back when I was in high school during my senior year, apparently. And I forgot the game even existed, but I ended up beating the game. I beat the game in 2022. So yeah, it took a long time for me to even get to that one. Some of these games, again, I've had 5-6 years, didn't even touch it, bruh. Didn't touch it. I bought Elden Ring day one, played like 2 hours, and then just never played it again until I did the stream series for it, which is an underrated KingdomAce gem. We weren't streamers and stuff back then, so there were kind of big gaps in between sessions, and I really hated that. But I did go and successfully beat the entire game and its DLC on stream. So I really love that. I've been really wanting to get to stuff like Dark Souls. How would y'all feel about doing like the Souls like games and stuff like Sekiro and going back to Bloodborne and Dark Souls specifically? I want to do Dark Souls because, again, it's Dark Souls. It's the classic. It's the iconic one. I would do Demon Souls, but I don't own it, and it's not on PC, so I feel less inclined to play it. Any of you, if you don't know nothing about those games, and I feel like because they're like really hard games and stuff like that, people would be more willing to watch that kind of thing because, like, oh, I mean, people always talk about that. I'd like to know that, but like, I don't really want to play this crazy hard game myself, kind of thing, you know? I think it sucks too because I actually did 2 episodes of Bloodborne, but back then I was still really new at doing playthroughs, and like I was like, dude, the first 2 episodes did really bad. Nobody wants to watch this. Don't waste your time. And I did the exact same thing for Dishonored, which made it worse because Dishonored, I think I did first, and it also did bad, and then so seeing Bloodborne not do good either had me really upset. But in the end, both episode 1 and 2 of both of those series ended up doing really well. So like I honestly could have continued, but they did well in the long run. So Dishonored is going to happen. Like Dishonored is one of the few games that like got canceled from the channel that I'm confident is coming back. If there was time to play it this year, I'd be playing it right now. Like I feel it's such a shorter game from what I understand too. Like it's probably like 10-12 hours at the very longest from what I understand. Like we could easily eat that up in just a couple of streams, you know? If I wasn't doing Halo already, that's 100% what I would be doing. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's kind of why I also want to do Dark Souls. I would want, like, for that kind of thing, I'd want to bring people on an adventure, you know, and I have a slightly better advantage against some of them because I've played Elden Ring. Granted, Elden Ring's a really different kind of game than like Dark Souls, but like it put my foot in the door. So I understand how a Souls game works. So I assume in like an episode 1 of Dark Souls, I wouldn't have died 20 times, you know, unless it's just that hard or something. I don't think I will have died like 20 times. Elden Ring haven't completed either. Difficulty matters less than how the storytelling is done, in my opinion. All FromSoft games are like that, where they're abstract, and I actually really love that kind of storytelling because games like Metroid and Hollow Knight and all that other stuff, they all do that, where a lot of the story is told through the environment and the world design. You can see the people who were here and stuff like that and what happened to them by finding things around the environment and interacting with NPCs rather than going through forced and standard cutscenes, you know? I'd love to live vicariously through someone else playing Dark Souls. I feel like with our current audience, we would have a really fun time. Like, again, most of y'all probably haven't even played Dark Souls, but I feel like if we did it, you know, we would all have a good time. You know, like I feel like a lot of my current audience hasn't seen me, and most of y'all haven't seen the Elden Ring series and stuff. So like, the woes that happened during that, and again, I did pretty good. I only summoned something to help me fight one time in the main game of Elden Ring. One time. Everything else I did myself. Granted, I did cheat once because during the DLC, technically I cheated twice during the DLC. I lost once or twice against the first boss of the Elden Ring DLC, and someone's like, no, you should summon this guy because it's cool or whatever. I guess because of the story, because they actually do sometimes tell story through summoning for the bosses, and I did it, and I knew I shouldn't have, because the boss was tough, but it wasn't so hard that I couldn't beat it, and I knew if I summoned it I would win, and I did, and I was so mad because I feel like we destroyed him. We literally didn't get to see the boss. Like, it's crazy. If you go watch that VOD, it's crazy how like we destroyed him. You know, I'm just like, oh my gosh, bro. I barely got to really see the boss, you know, and see all his moves and stuff. But I kept going. And then there's a certain boss, Bale. Yeah, I called in friends for that one. Yeah, I did. If you play the DLC, you freaking know, bro. But like, and look at this. I'm not talking about all the scholars and professors and stuff that do all this crap and say, actually, well, if you do this, the fight is quite easy. And no, I'm not talking about that, bro. I'm talking about for the average human being, bro. That fight is hard. It is. One of my friends, he's definitely played multiple FromSoft games, and I've even seen some FromSoft YouTubers and stuff when they were first doing it. They really struggled with him, you know, and it was crazy. But other than that, you know, the one accidental time I did it, and then the other one. I didn't do it for the final boss, and I beat that joint pre-patch. You know, technically it was post-patch for the final boss, but what I did was I found that because you know how Steam like auto updates your games, I didn't want that to happen, so I turned off auto updates for Elden Ring because they announced that they were going to be making the final boss easier because people were complaining. I turned off auto updates, and even if you try to launch it with turning that off, it'll force you to update if you try to launch it anyway. But if you go to the .exe in the actual game files and launch it there, it doesn't make you update. So I was able to still beat the boss pre-patch, and that joint was disgusting, bruh. That joint was disgusting. That was evil game design. That joint was disgusting, man. I am very jealous of those who get to play it now when it's easier. I mean, I still hear it's really freaking hard, but like it doesn't feel unfair anymore. I haven't played any Dark Souls 2. I know nothing about Dark Souls 2 besides it's the one that people don't like much. But I do, yeah, I heard that it actually has good DLC. Do you miss Skyrim? I miss Skyrim every day, and it's taken everything I have to not finally go do that stealth archer playthrough. I've been thinking about it every day, and yesterday I almost caved, but I finally decided to start a game I had been missing out on, just a game for my backlog, and I felt really good about it. I really enjoyed it. I actually, yesterday was like largely a day off for me. I was helping family because they were sick, but they started feeling a lot better by the end of the day. So around 7 or 8 p.m. I got some free time, and yeah, and that's when I started playing that. I was supposed to play with friends. I didn't even realize the time, but I didn't want to play something online to where I couldn't stop on a dime just in case my family needed some help, you know, because they weren't still 100%. But I ended up playing that for like 5 hours, bruh. But it was great. Yeah, that's where I'm at right now. Should I stream Indiro? Is Indiro actually something that people on YouTube are looking for? I might need to actually see. Do Skyrim fans actively seek people playing Indiro for the first time? If not, I'm not going to bother, you know? So like I'm just not gonna bother. Would realistically people prefer me go back to Oblivion or go to Morrowind, or would they just rather me do Indiro? You know, that would actually depend on it. Yeah, I actually have Indiro already installed and everything. I actually technically started it, but what I wanted to do was make sure that it was running right. So I skipped all the intro cutscenes and stuff like that, and just got to the part where you kind of like wash up on like a shore and just moved around. I actually got lost in that first section when you go into like a cave. I had no idea where to go, and I was like, dude, I'm on this beach and there's like a cave right nearby. How do I leave? Where do I go? And I literally couldn't figure it out. I literally could not figure it out. So I only got like 10 minutes into the game running around on this beach trying to find a way to leave, and I couldn't figure it out. I don't know why. I mean, it was also late when I was trying it, but I don't know what it was. I couldn't figure it out. I'm not gonna lie, but it was like 3 a.m. when I was trying that, you know, and I was like, all right, bro, my brain is too cooked to do this. There's a button by the wall to make the rocks go up. Buddy, I can't believe that. I almost don't believe you, because I feel like when I really have missed that. Where are you at with Inquisition now? Make good progress? Yes, we are basically at the end of the main story. I decided to take a break from the main story because you guys told me that if I could proceed with the mission that I have now, it's going to streamline me to the ending. By the way, hello, Kira. I did see you, but I was in the middle of yapping. I apologize. But yeah, if we do Indiro, I might actually do the stealth archer because I never got to do it in Skyrim. But I don't know if that makes games more not as fun to watch, but I played the exact opposite of a stealth archer in Skyrim, so they already got that from me. Bruh, that's crazy.
Why do you think the Qunari think of dragons that way?
Well, you know how we have horns. We kind of look more dragony than most people.
Dragony.
Maybe it's that. But a few of the Ben Hasrath have this crazy old theory. See, the Tamasrans control who we mate with. They breed us for jobs like you'd breed dogs or horses. What if they mixed in some dragon a long time ago? Maybe drinking the blood, maybe magic, I don't know. But something in that dragon we killed spoke to me.
Canary head so ugly. Hey, I'm way more handsome than this dude.
It's a shame we had to kill the dragon.
Damn good fight. Dragons are the embodiment of raw power. But it's all uncontrolled.
Fred from Scooby-Doo, are you kidding?
They need to be destroyed. Taming the wild. Order out of chaos. Have another drink. Oh. Nice. To dragons.
To good fights, to bad drinks, to bringing order, to good fights.
To finding the biggest, baddest things in the world and showing them that we're badder.
Anan.
What do you mean?
You know I've got no problem with Orlesians, but Halam Sharal was a mess. At least under the Qun, you don't get everyone tripping on each other's
Bullocks
dicks while the
chopped.
country goes to crap.
I hate politics.
You've got a crappy job then, boss.
I'm gonna be honest, I see some of these Iron Bull cutscenes and I just feel nothing. Like I do just feel nothing. And it sucks. I got a comment saying that, you know, they were pretty upset that, you know, two of their favorite streamers, me and somebody else, you know, both don't like their favorite character, and that really sucks, man. I'm really sorry, you know. I want to like everybody, and I can't say I actually don't like any of them, you know. I like all of them. I just don't care about some. You know, if that makes sense.
Could be better.
One for the Empress, for Gaspard, Briala, the Duchess, and Corypheus, right in the dangle bag.
Well, remind me to stay on your good side.
Don't worry, you're sparkling compared to that lot. A cook here, a footman there. What's it matter, right, so long as there's a book for the throne? A pretty one, sure. But how many lives are worth one empress's arse? Ugh, that place. Should have just thrown in some bees and slammed the doors.
I don't know how to do his personal quest, or I guess it might already be on my thing. Yeah, this is a good time to work on interaction with your companions DLCs before you start. Yeah, I'll do all that. A lot of you were telling me that like the two DLCs I should be thinking about right now are both like level 20, and that's like 5 levels away. So I kind of don't know where I'm gonna do about that. I don't know what I'm gonna do about that, but
I don't know. Want to stop a party, I think you go earwigs.
I hate those things with their little pinchy butts. Josephine should add that to her paper threats. You know the real lesson from all this? Never sleep with an empress. That, and Briala being an idiot. The whole thing would have gone different if that little piss-up wasn't in the middle.
That was a mistake on their part. It made everything worse.
Wrong way around, Inquisitor. It started worse. Lots of people died before there was a hole in the sky. That's who you're saving. If you get a chance, maybe remind them not to be idiots.
this game, I mean, this series has been like this, and I feel like it's more with this game than the previous ones. But this game is a lot like Persona with how it handles the characters. Like, real talk, it doesn't matter what you like, what you think. You like, And I'm gonna be honest, Mass Effect, I actually said this during the Mass Effect series, so if you watch that, you probably know what I'm gonna say. But realistically, it's not about what you genuinely think or feel about any of these topics. That doesn't matter. If you want the best benefits from a gameplay perspective, you know, and, you know, narrative, then you literally don't have to think about what you feel at all. You just need to respond in whatever way makes the character you're talking to happy. And that's something I don't like about Persona either. And Persona, I do think Persona is still worse with it, because there's quite literally nothing but harms the game by going against a character, you know? Like, because you need so many points in order to level up with them and stuff, and by not giving the best options during dialogue, you actively hurt yourself and waste time, you know? Like, it almost makes you want to min-max dialogue in Persona games, and thankfully this game isn't that bad with that. If this game was that bad with it, that I would be I'd be singing a very different tune here. But in this game, there's no point in saying what you think. Like, just then, during that, and with Iron Bull, you know, normally I'm a bit more inquisitive, so I always ask questions and stuff like that too, you know, or I say what I think my character would say in these moments from an RP perspective. But there's no point in doing that, because again, you're kind of just wasting time. Why would you not just say what the character wants to hear? The game doesn't give you a benefit for ever going against what the character you're talking to thinks, you know? And I know that's a really hard thing to balance in games, you know, but with so many games going the route of benefiting gameplay through dialogue, then I feel like it's something you do have to consider. And I think it's just really hard for video games to find that balance, because again, with Sarah, you actively know that whatever she's saying, I probably disagree with. But again, all I had to think about, what's the silliest or most childish thing out of the options, and it's always the right decision. It is always the right decision with Sarah, and as long as I think about that ahead of time, then yeah, I will say the right thing.
You have a problem. That over there is a full tavern, but everyone's drinking alone. They're all up their own arses about the Inquisition. I can't have fun with everybody whinging, and they'll fall on their swords before Corypheus can push them.
Corypheus.
I'm thinking pranks. Set a few up, knock a few down. You win or not?
I know I talked a lot of crap about the friendship and rivalry system in Dragon Age 2, but I low-key kind of miss it a little bit, because after a while, you do just kind of say screw it, you know, and just say what you think, you know, because friendship or rivalry doesn't matter. As long as you're not in the middle, you're fine, you know? I do think that, again, it leaves little room for nuance, and I feel in the moment when I'm playing Dragon Age 2, nuance is what I want the most, you know? But I don't know. When I'm playing Dragon Age 2, I want nuance. I want to be able to pick whatever I want and not feel like I'm missing out on relationships and story and stuff like that, you know? And even worse, the game punishes you by being nuanced. If you are nuanced with your characters and stuff, you're not solely one camp with them. Like, I'm always friendly with you, or I'm always hard on you. If I'm a mixture of everything, which again is the most realistic of an actual human being, the game punishes you by not having their loyalty, which is again why, you know, things can happen where you end up losing people, because if you're too close to the center and you're not, you know, full sending it on one side, you lose it, you know? So I say I missed how they did it. That doesn't mean I want it back, because I do think this is better. This just works better. It does, but still. Yeah, and I could see that, you know? But this is also my first playthrough. A lot of people, you know, watching me, you know, have played this game multiple times and stuff like that. They've been with these characters. They've tried different builds. They brought people with them in story missions and stuff. They didn't bring them before. You know, they've got the chance to be quite intimate, have intimate relations with all of these characters, you know, but like, I just haven't done that yet, you know? So for me, when I'm with Sarah, you know, I'm kind of just thinking whatever, you know, because realistically, I don't think she's somebody I really be that close with in real life. But it's mostly just because I honestly feel the age difference between us, you know, and I just feel like I see a lot of like how I kind of thought and stuff when I was like 19, you know, and 19-year-old KingdomAce was a very different guy than almost 29-year-old KingdomAce. They're very different people, and I think most people would understand that, you know, that you were probably pretty different than you were fresh out of high school, you know. Did you speak to the NPC on the other side of Sarah's wall? I don't remember. If I did, it wasn't today. Dragon Age 2 has a good base with its approval, but RPG should have more bars and checks and points to measure relationships. Yeah, like, I'm saying all this stuff as a non-game designer, but, you know, and this isn't me saying that I can come up with something better, you know, because realistically, game design's hard, you know. It's hard, you know. There's a lot to try to figure out, and there's no way to make everybody happy. But if maybe I should make a video about this. I'm gonna write this down. Actually, I'm gonna write down about how to do romances in video games. We're actually gonna make that a video. I feel we're actually going to do that. I'm writing this down. The undeniable, what am I going to call this? This makes it seem like a very bad video, but I'm going to be honest, I also don't think I have a good impression of romance in video games. I think the game that probably had the best romance in video games was probably Cyberpunk, and it sucks because like if you're not new here, if you've watched a lot of my other series, you know I'm a fiend for romance in video games, baby. I love me a good romance. It's not even just video games, but movies, TV shows. You know, if there's romance in a plot, it's literally, quite literally, if there is romance in a plot of something, I probably will engage with it more because it gives me something outside of the main progressing narrative to actually be attached to, you know. And I feel like a good romance can attach you to its overall narrative even more so, you know. Romance, bro, I be watching me some romance anime. I don't care, bro. I don't care. I'm a grown man. I'm almost 30 and I still be watching romance anime. Sue me. Man, I still watch it. It's great. It's great. I don't care. You know, like, yeah, you can't tell me that like I'm watching Toradora and not thinking this is peak, bro. This joint is peak. I'm gonna be honest. Even the stupid, silly ones are really enjoyable to watch. Definitely gets you invested in the game for sure. You know, like I feel that my Inquisitor's relationship with Cassandra made me more attached to its plot because now I feel like I feel more like a character. Again, this is another step they added to help make the mixture of create a character with actual character work more. If they did the thing to where, you know, create a character, he's silent, like the hero of Ferelden. The hero of Ferelden, I was mostly attached to him because of me actually playing as him, plus his relationship with Morrigan, you know, and his friendship with Alistair. That made me attached to the character. But realistically, he's just me because I'm picking all the dialogue options for him. But the Inquisitor is different because he's actually talking, you know, and even when I'm picking and guiding him to say through the dialogue wheel, he's still saying something different than what I'm picking. So it detaches me from him in a sense to where it makes him feel like a separate entity as a character standing on his own rather than just, you know, someone I made, you know? Like, if I didn't tell you this game how to create a character and I brought somebody in to watch this right now and watch a cutscene with him, they wouldn't think he's a created character. They would just think it's similar maybe to Mass Effect, which you do also create a character, but it's more like Dragon Age 2 and stuff, to where Shepard is the character who is separate from you. You just chose what he looked like, but he was always a character, you know? That, like, and dialogue options are a thing all throughout games and stuff like that. Link in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom has dialogue choices, but I didn't even touch the character, you know? So it's not the same thing. People would think that you just have dialogue options here, you know? And again, from what I understand, this is the way Fallout 4 goes about things. So like, I'm very interested to see how that goes, because again, I remember I did record an episode or two of Fallout 4 back then, never released those, but we are going to do it on stream, like for real. What's your favorite anime? I don't know, probably AOT or Fruits Basket. I mean, Fruits Basket is awesome. I don't care what anybody says. Fruits Basket is an awesome anime. My favorite anime isn't a romance, but it does have romance in it, and it's Steins Gate. It's not for everybody, but Steins Gate actually is one of the highest rated anime ever, I found out. But I got into Steins Gate through its visual novel, which had multiple romantic paths, and what ending you got, you know, usually was tied to what romance you pursued. But the anime adapted it really well, giving you the true ending, because the true ending still ends with a canonical romance. So it still worked great. Steins Gate is literally like that joint is changed my life, bro. It's that good. I love Steins Gate, and the remake for Steins Gate comes out in a few days. That's going to be awesome. I will not stream that because I do not trust visual novel music to not be copyrighted. But I experienced Steins Gate in the darkness of my room when I first played it. I'm going to experience it in the darkness of my room again. Sounds like it's on my watch list. If you enjoy time travel plots, I think you'll enjoy it, because this is like the OG of OGs, you know? Like, if you look up best anime of all time, you know, list, Steins Gate's always on it, especially if it's a list that includes more than just shonen. You know, we know Dragon Ball Z is goated. We know One Piece is awesome. You know, we know Bleach is iconic. We know this stuff, you know, but if we're talking about the non-big three shonen stuff, then yeah, Steins Gate's probably going to be on the list. Yeah, it was. ReZero is also like my second favorite show. Granted, I've only seen seasons 1 and 2, and I did hear season 3 was pretty rough, but from what I understand, people like this new season though. But I've barely played any Gundam or watched any Gundam. I did watch Iron Blooded Orphans though, and that was gas. I thought the romance thing they did in that was a little strange, especially because it kind of came out of nowhere. But knowing the circumstances and the context of what's happening, it made sense to do that, just in case, you know. I have some very not friendly opinions on One Piece. Gonna be honest, brother, don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me about the One Piece takes, bro. I'm only a man. I can only take so much. I respect your opinion though. See, the thing is about Steins Gate is really slow at the beginning, but like, I mean, the first 12 episodes in like Steins Gate, it took like 20 hours to get there in like the visual novel. But again, it always felt worth it. Again, if you're not into slow burn shows, don't even try Steins Gate, because Steins Gate's one of those shows that it takes a while to set up what it's doing, but when it hits the fan, it's just a roller coaster the entire rest of the way. But again, it works so much because you're so invested in the relationship with the characters and stuff. You're so invested in their mental stability. You know, you're always hearing their inner thoughts, and the Steins Gate anime takes out like 80% of the mental thoughts, which I do really hate. But like, again, it's still great. And making like a 60-hour 80-hour visual novel into, you know, 24, 25 episodes is really tough, and they did do as good as they could with it. I do think Zero is a worse anime adaptation, but it is still good. Like if you had to play the visual novel, any of them, I would recommend Steins Gate Zero, which is a sequel to the original. Don't play that first. Polly before was cool as crazy. I literally went through 600 episodes of Don't Worry Keeps Watching. Oh my days, brother. If One Piece wasn't for you in like by the end of Arlong Park at the beginning of One Piece, I would have just dropped it, because One Piece is great, but One Piece is also the the Japanese pirate version of Lord of the Rings, you know, and Lord of the Rings is also one of those movies that takes like 2 hours, 2.5 hours to actually start going somewhere with it. Like it's slow. It's a very slow burn, you know, and most people, if they're not enjoying a movie for that long, they're just going to stop, you know? So I don't know how you did that, but again, I'm learning in life that I don't have to be to defend the things that I like, because realistically, not everything is for hey, remember, this is all coming back to Dragon Age. You know, in the conversations we had during the stream, I realized to myself that, you know, and this is crazy with the characters too, I realized that because I enjoy something or I like something, I don't actually need to defend it. You know, I don't actually need to do that, because good things speak for themselves. And just because someone around you is saying they didn't enjoy what you did, there's more than enough people who do. You know, I don't need to defend One Piece. One Piece was in the Macy's Day Parade, bruh. I seen Whoopi Goldberg talking about it on her show, bro. I don't need to defend One Piece anymore. It has a successful live action version on Netflix. What do I need to say to somebody who didn't like One Piece? Nothing but that sucks, bro. That's all I gotta say. That is my character development, because past Jordan would have been like, no, you just don't understand, bro. I can't believe you don't do this. No, I can't do that. I can't do that anymore. That's not mature. Maturing is realizing not everybody needs you to explain to them why something they don't like is actually good. I'm talking about both live action and animated series. Today we are doing more of the character stuff. I'm talking to everybody that we can, even Sarah, and I already talked with Iron Bull and stuff, and we're gonna see if we can do more of the character quests. I want to do the ones that aren't busy work, kind of like the ones that are like Varric's and stuff, because some of them have regular quests where like we go and take down all like a lot of the red lyrium spots and stuff, but I think they have two things. They have a general quest and they have a main quest where it is wherever their story is going, we do that. But they also have a busy work kind of quest. I would rather do the busy work stuff off screen. I don't even know if there's a benefit to doing them or not, because I'm gonna be honest, I also just don't feel like running around doing this stuff. I do want to go and get the red lyrium because I do need it for corrupting runes. Because I've been wanting to make some, but I don't have enough to handle that right now. So I'll probably still do that off screen, but I think I will do the busy work quests off screen and do like their main story quests on screen, because I don't want to waste time doing that. If I'm going to waste time on screen, then I'd rather waste time sitting in a cutscene that I still haven't finished talking to you guys about things that technically can be separate from Dragon Age. See, that's more fun. Hey, I actually think the Pokemon anime is good. I haven't really watched since since Ash finished off, but by the time Gen 6 anime happened, I liked all of it. Gen 7's anime was great. I know people didn't like the art style. It was good. The original writers were back and it was good. It was honestly a good show, so people can think whatever they want, I guess. I'm really hoping my power doesn't go off because it's been very stormy. Thankfully, I'm all safe and everything, but it's been, in terms of weather, it's been really rough lately. It's been really rough for people living in over here, and I'm really praying it doesn't keep knocking my power out, because I would really hate to have to keep getting up on my stream and resetting the box, because again, it usually only knocks out part of the power, like me in the next room over, It doesn't actually take the Wi-Fi out unless the entire house goes out. Usually the entire house doesn't go out, but it can happen. But when that happens, I still need to go and hit the box and reset the room, because if I don't, my UPS will only last a few minutes, you know? So then the whole stream will go off. So I'll still have to keep getting up and doing that. So let's hope oh yeah, yeah. We're actually pretty close to each other. That's pretty cool. Cats of all Cosmos. Isn't that crazy how you probably have maybe even met a viewer of yours before, you know, but like you wouldn't have known it? It's pretty crazy. I've actually only met a viewer one time. It was pretty cool. I just took a picture and everything. That was a liberating moment. That was actually, it was kind of nuts. But again, I'm just a guy, so like it was very awkward. But yeah. I don't know. I don't know, dude. I've been seeing it. There's so many YouTubers I watch that are from there. I was like, dude, where are you? This is crazy. Where are y'all been, bro? We could all be linking up, man. Yes, you're right. I know. It's just, you guys keep asking me interesting things. Yeah, it won't stop raining today. It's been crazy today. Exactly. My friends were the past version of you and kept encouraging me to watch it. I gave it 600 episodes. My trust is deep. Never again. Hey, man, I would never do that. Naruto truly does get good after the 400 episodes. I'm be honest, if you didn't like Naruto after the first couple episodes, bro, drop it, bro. Just drop it. I liked Naruto episode 1. I saw a lot of myself. Again, I watched Naruto in high school, but I saw a lot of my old self, the bullied kid, you know, in Naruto. I saw a lot of myself in him. So of course I was all about it back then. Yeah, exactly. I didn't choose to be from here, bro. I just spawned here, bro. Come on. I'm thinking of praying set up for you, knock you down, you in or not. Should the Inquisitor do this? How will that help? I want them at their best. Should the Inquisitor do this? How will that help? I want them at their best.
You have an odd idea of preparation. I need to keep them at their best.
What's best then?
I honestly couldn't tell which was that.
Constantly ready for death to fall from the gaping hole up there. I know people. Pissed off and fired up is better than dreary Bleary. Come on.
Time with you sounds like fun. I'm not flirting with her, bro. I feel like I headcanon my Inquisitor being like 30 or like around my age. I'm not flirting with no. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Yeah, man.
Lead the way.
What, really?
Really?
I knew you were different. Let's go.
Also, I really hate to be that guy. I'm really sorry. I don't want to seem problematic because I don't like it, but I really don't like Sarah's design, and it's mostly the hairstyle. No disrespect to anybody who might have Sarah's hairstyle IRL. I'm sure you look lovely. I know you do. You look at you looking like you looking, but I'm gonna be honest, it don't look great on her. I'm sorry. I don't know. Again, I'm not misogynistic, bro. I promise. I honestly hate talking bad about girls in games sometimes, because it's like, another man's trying to got an opinion on a woman, you know, and I hate to be that guy, because it's just common and it's true, man. You know, like, who cares if you don't like, you know, but like I hate being a guy talking about a woman, even a video game woman, you know. I really don't like her design at all, you know. I'm sorry. I know, no, this is different. I'm not saying she's mid. I'm just saying I don't care for her design from a game designer, an artistic perspective. You know, see what I'm saying? It's the approach and how you go about it. You don't call a woman mid. You say she's not my type. Come on, man. You got to get it together, man. Come on. This is how you say things. Alva turns table. Her art before the game came out was peak, very tank girl-esque, really. Don't worry, I agree with you. I think she cuts it herself. I would believe that, actually. Sometimes Sarah's hair clips in weird way too. Guess has short hair and looks fire. You are right. I just started a new Dragon Age Inquisition playthrough, downloaded some of the Sarah mods to change her appearance. No freaking way. But her hair is longer than Cassandra, or is it the texture or color? I'm just curious. I'm gonna be honest, it just looks bad. Maybe it's the cut itself. Like Rachel had said it in the chat, but like, yeah, it honestly feels like she cuts her own hair without looking in a mirror, you know, if that makes sense. Yeah, and the hair textures in this game are largely bad, you know, so, and I think the blondish look doesn't look great, you know, with it. I think it looks unflattering. Yeah, Cassandra and her, they're not comparable in terms of the actual design. You know, Cassandra feels like she really cares about how she's going outside looking. Sarah looks like she's never cared what anybody around her thinks she looks like, you know? Cassandra is like a mean muscle mommy. That is not the words I was thinking you were going to say, but I do agree. Anyways, it's because she doesn't. Exactly. And, you know, and I think, and hey, that's good character design in that sense. You know, the approach to her design with her character showing through on her actual design, it makes sense. She will keep the mustard stains. She will keep her uneven hairline and, you know, her all these other hair terms. Boom, boom, bam, bop. Like she's solving a puzzle on her freaking hair, you know. I mean, I can't talk. I'm wearing this joint because I did not get a retwist, bro. So I can't exactly, you know, talk, but you know, the fact that I care that I don't have a retwist and I'm putting on something to make it at least look a little more presentable says more. You know, most people should care at least somewhat, you know.
Search about. Find something to mess with and give your soldiers a laugh. What, the desk? Oh yes, center of the empire and all that. What to do, what to do.
I won't diminish my general. Great, so what do we do?
All right, Sarah. What do you want to do?
Thing looks heavy. Don't want to move or break it. I got it. Easy one. Just a slip of something under here. There, won't notice much, but it's just that little bit wonky. He's so in control that'll piss him royally. I tell one of the soldiers and boom, the general seems like people. And since he works for you, you seem like people. Come on, next one. Right, little lady prissy pants. Have a look for something she likes too much. What, just the door? Where she greets every important idiot. Yes.
Sarah Lover sitting here dealing with it, not rioting at all or anything. I honestly love your maturity, genuinely, because like if people were talking about Okabe Rintaro from Steins Gate, like the way I've been talking about Sarah, I have been hating on Sarah, but seeing some people actively just say a bunch of stuff you disagree with about a character you really like, it makes you feel some type of way, you know? So I probably would have just left the stream, I'm be honest. I wonder how many people left the stream or feel tempted to leave the stream because of this stuff. I'm actually very curious. That tutor hurts, man. I'm thinking about oh no, I just wound you. Don't tell me you're broken. Like anybody who's seen Steins Gate, that just triggers PTSD, bro. Literally, y'all gotta let me yap about Steins Gate at some point. Like at some point on stream, that just has to be what we do. Maybe we do a watch party for Steins Gate in the Discord or something, you know, so we can yap about it or something. And like, I don't know, I feel like that'd be great, bro. That's right, friends. I hate felt the same way about Shadowheart. I felt tempted, but I'm staying strong. I'm really sorry. I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna leave it alone. Not spoiling anything. There is an item you can get that changes her look for the better. Really? The amount of times he will rag on my Solus. You mean with like all the egghead jokes?
Well, Sarah, what do you have in mind?
Get a bucket.
I do think Shadowheart has writing on a level
Classic,
most Dragon Age characters
5 minutes
don't.
of sloppy boss gets you weeks of happy kitchen staff. Except for the one who cleans it up, I suppose. But whatever. Next up.
I still don't know whether I like Dragon Age or Mass Effect more. I still don't know. Mass Effect appeals to me as a sci-fi fan more though, but I love fantasy.
What's that? A locked... No, leave that. Not interested in her hidden things. Not for just a bit of fun. Maybe feed her messengers something gassy? No, bears don't pop. But they flap and...
Who is up there?
Run.
Go!
I thought that was somebody like in a Discord laughing.
That was fun. An Inquisitor of the people, still remembering you're one of them. If all they got was the Herald stuff, the serious bit, you'd start to sound pretty scary. That works, but not for long.
Whatever it takes. I'd start throwing pies if it kept people inspired.
Pies is so good, and Coryphanus would never do that. Good thing for you, innit? Because from the bottom, everyone up top sort of seems the same. Anyway, fun time, Inquisitor. You! Oh, frig. You did it!
Why does she run off like the Ice King off Adventure Time, bro? What the, you know what I'm talking about? Why did she do that? Why did she run off like the Ice King? Imagine have like songs made about you when you're like 19. I gotta admit, that was probably the best quest with her so far, my best interaction with her. I mean, I'm still just like appealing to this 19-year-old, you know, because I need video game approval for these characters, I guess. Shadowheart's terrible haircut. Wait, you think Shadowheart's haircut is terrible? I didn't think it was that bad. Yeah, as a singular experience, you'd take Origins, but as a trilogy, I'd take Mass Effect. I think I could agree with that. I could agree with that.
Love seeing you, yeah?
Special. You don't fit the Inquisition. I'm interested in you. Yikes. Again, I don't think you're exactly what she's looking for.
So you like to have fun. The Inquisition seems an odd fit. Why are you really?
Yeah, her haircut's way better than Sarah's. Let's not kid ourselves here.
It's starting to sound like you're looking for something more.
It is. Mostly. Okay, fine. There's talk and I want to see.
See what?
I don't know. I've got all this chantry stuff in my head and it makes sense, right? But it's fuzzy. I want to see if it's all really real. I just don't know if I want to really know. So I'm selfish.
I think she's the only one.
Yourself lucky, I guess.
Unless you can unless you can kick Iron Bull, I think she's the only one you can actually kick out. Hold up, you guys keep talking about Shadowheart's hair. I gotta look this up. Shadowheart hairstyle. Or I should just look up her regular thing. This isn't that bad. What are we talking about here? I keep seeing mods, but this is not bad. Hold up, I should not have done that because I'm seeing a lot of cosplay that I don't think I should be showing right now. But this is not bad. What are we doing here? This is not a bad hairstyle. Thinking this is comparable to Sarah at all is crazy. Like, she has these in the front and then she has the ponytail. What's wrong with that? I'm trying not to show the other version, obviously, for spoiler reasons. Like, I can kind of see a little what you're talking about. Like maybe, dude, I'm trying to open the image. I think this is largely okay right here. We don't need to show anything else because people look kind of crazy on here, but I think that this looks fine. Her bangs should be shorter, really, to where she can't see. What? You guys are kind of crazy. Again, they're a little chopped right there, but like, that's not that bad. Let's be real here, man. That's really not bad. That's not bad at all. Like, Sarah looks chopped, bro. I'm sorry. Y'all are making me say it again, man. I was trying to leave it alone, but y'all started getting on my girl Shadowheart, so I have to defend her honor now. Come on, bro.
Is your network of contacts still active after what happened?
After Lord Arsehole and Vishal? Of course. He may have killed people, but that just means there's more who hate him. You should be one of them, but maybe not. So watch out for that.
Dude, it's really hot in here today. I almost, it's hard to focus a little bit. I have my AC blowing too, but like, I don't know why I feel so hot. Hey, hold on. Hold up. I ain't say she's the definition of chopped. I just said she is chopped. There is a difference. I'm sorry, guys. I did not mean to go into this. I know there's people about to click off the stream now, bro. Come on, man. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to make fun of anybody's favorite character. Was there ever a Red Jenny?
Is Red Jenny real? Or was she always just you and your friends?
Dunno.
Don't you care?
Not if it works. I mean, Red is scary because blood. And Jenny is...
Run it back, play the clip.
The bunch of people...
Did I see...
And besides, it's easy.
I don't think I said that.
Want a bogeyman because they need to believe normal people can't get at them. Numbers, right? It don't have to be so complicated.
Doesn't this mean people think you're guilty of more than you actually do?
Suppose. Does it matter?
Shouldn't it?
Important people kill over imagined insults. I've made more than enough real ones, so no. I don't suppose it does.
We annoyed some nobles. Does that really help all that much?
We'd have helped more if you hadn't been so chummy. I don't get what's so hard to understand. Your stuff works the same. Your Inquisition, I mean. Punch a bully, people like you.
We yapped, but we actually been playing.
Think they asked. They like it even
Appreciate your
more.
donation.
It's inspiring, even if it sometimes goes tits up and they take a hit back. You know, like Haven.
You like her outfit? What the freak is she wearing, bruh? No, I'm not bringing it up anymore. I'm not talking about it anymore. I can't. You better make people leave the stream, man. I don't want people to feel fed.
Must have gone wrong before. How many times have you almost died?
Yapping, pranking, drinking.
Almost die. Besides, I only have to start these punch-ups.
You would have killed Harmond if I'd let you.
Sure, sometimes I plonk one. But you know what it takes to be a noble? Everyone says, he's a noble. That's all a title is. So I slap someone, make them look stupid for just a second. All of a sudden, he doesn't look so nobly or scary. Maybe the servants rebel, whatever. But know what really gets them? Other nobles. They blame the slappee for being slapped. Their shit's like that. So it's backwards inspiration. Sort of. Still works like yours does.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in certain circles of the alienage, I'm betting she'd be like one of the most popular girl there. You know, she's chill and easy to get along with. You know, you'd never be bored around her, etc. You know, she's got a pretty face. you know, so I'm sure she's, you know, I'm sure she's popular. But you should cut your hair like hers. I'm gonna be honest, bro. Those are fighting words, bro. I'm sorry. Those are actually fighting words. I would actually be insulted. I mean, okay, look, this isn't me saying, okay, well, guys, I'm not commenting on it anymore. I can't. The first 4 months when the game came out, as baby gay, she was everything to me. Oh, as a baby gay, I was like, wait, what are you saying? I just might. That is crazy, bro. You think you inspire like me?
So you think that what you do is just as inspiring as what I
I'm
do?
about to get myself in
I bet
trouble.
it works the same. Because if you're boot on your neck poor, nobles and couriers don't look much different. They sure as
James,
piss
thanks for
up close
subbing.
creatures
I know it
compared
hasn't
to
popped
real
up yet,
people.
but
So yes, I inspire. Little pockets of inspiration.
I get it, kind of. We just don't think of what you do as that kind of inspiration.
Well, we should take a good hard look at where our people come from. All the same people. At least my baddies are understandable. No kicking in the sky there.
We'll talk another time.
It's all good, innit?
it's all good, isn't it?
Lordy bloomers.
So, Sir Lordy Bloomers, I do like that a lot. I'm very curious what she would say, but I already know she's not down for that, and I'm not either. But I am kind of curious about what she would say, or how, like, what the dialogue is. And of course, her window's open so she can sneak out. Sir Lordy Bloomers.
Oh, Inquisitor, I joined. Sutherland, your worship. Saw some bandits, so I came
When the worst person you know makes a good
I'll let
point.
your warriors know and then stay out of the way.
I don't know.
But I like that interaction with her just then. I feel like I needed that with her. All right, Cole, what we got going on, bro?
No.
Oh,
You like demons?
I enjoy the company of spirits, yes, which is part of why I do not abuse them with bindings.
It isn't abuse if I ask.
Not always true. Also, I do not practice blood magic, which renders this entire conversation academic.
He won't bind me. He's a mage and he likes demons, but he won't help.
what's wrong?
Why would you want Solus to bind you?
So I'm safe. If
Safe.
Solus won't do the ritual to bind me, someone else could. Will. Like the Warden mages. And then I'm not me anymore. Walls around what I want. Blocking, bleeding, making me a monster.
That is a scary thought.
A mage using blood magic could conceivably do that to any one of us, human or demon.
You should ask Solus to bind you too. And then someone can bind him.
We'll figure something out. We'll protect you.
We'll find a way to
Slightly
keep you safe without
disapproves.
binding you, Cole.
I have a suggestion, if Cole is ready to listen. I recall stories of amulets used by Raveni seers to protect spirits they summon from rival mages. A spirit, wearing an amulet of the Unbound, was immune to blood magic and binding. It should protect Cole as well. The resources of the Inquisition
Thanks again,
could be used
James.
to find such a talisman.
Good. They will not take me.
Okay. Well, all I have to do is quest. I mean, might as well go and do that. Gets us out of the house for a bit, you know?
Your worship.
Yeah, I mean, I feel it's same reason I'm not using him. Same reason I wasn't using Zevran. Happy Sunday. So, I assume it's in Ferelden. That's the crew thing. Amulet for Cole.
Seem to enjoy yourself.
Regardless of whether Cole is a demon or spirit, he remains vulnerable to Venatori binding magic.
Perhaps it was better.
The Amulet of the Unbound used by Riviani's series is said to protect spirits from such magic. However, finding such amulet in this part of the world will be difficult. I know a wealthy Orlesian noble whose private collections include jewelry from all over Thedas. I doubt he would miss one piece. My Riviani contacts say these amulets are held dear, but to protect spirits from the breach, they are willing to help us.
Inquisitor.
Ambassador Montelier, it's rare to hear that those in our lay treating spirits as anything other than beasts to kill, and rare still for anyone to care enough to help them. I've given the amulet to your people freely in hopes that the Inquisition will continue this open-minded approach. We wish you luck in healing this guy, whose rifts have damaged the fate even here in Rivain.
I've arranged an accord between the Marquis and the Dowager.
We do gotta go and do some of these things.
Perhaps they can be useful to us after
How man is stalking your patrols? They're the usual kind. I can show your people where they are. I'd tried to stop them, but they have swords and I don't. If you have extra, I will help. I want to help. Alphanum is a minor threat. You may have potential. Cool. Well, we still have to do the thing where contact the hero of Ferelden. What does that do? None of our agents have seen the hero of Ferelden, but our normal work led us to scatter references of him passing through the area. Take a serious commitment of resources, but we could attempt to contact him. This one, I think you guys said would take like 20 hours or something. The hero of Ferelden made contact. Oh shoot, he left a letter to deliver to the Inquisitor, as well as goods from his travels that might be of use. We have included them in this missive. Yours in service, Mr. Regine. Wait, so where's the missive? "16 hours. Shit. No sir. No sir. Oh, it's from Sebastian. The tumult of the Mage Rebellion has been quelled. However, the city where it all began, Kirkwall, still suffers from the consequences of the fanatic Anders' action. Kirkwall was once my home. It was the home of Grand Cleric Alfina, who was a mother to me and so many others. I will not watch it languish. Starkhaven will soon embark on a mission of aid. We will send troops and workers to assist in the rebuilding and the restoration of the city. I humbly entreat the Inquisition for help in this endeavor. Sebastian Vale. I will plead for assistance from our supporters around Thedas. Restoring Kirkwall, a symbol of all that's happened, could be a significant act that cements our alliances. Griffith is still threatening Thedas. Kirkwall has survived this long. It can do so for a while longer. Redlear may present an obstacle to rebuilding their city. Our soldiers can assist in its removal.
Inquisitor.
Our plea for aid has earned us great praise. Many see our willingness to commit to Kirkwall's restoration as a reinforcement of our commitment to restoring order to all of the world. First Kirkwall and then all of Thedas. Josephine. Our favorite companion, Sebastian. Hey, that's my goat right there, man. Missive in the Codex. Okay. Hold up, y'all. Let's not be disrespectful to my goat, man. Come on, man. Let's not be disrespectful to my goat. My goat. Inquisitor, here's the thing, I don't even own a mask. Thus, when the Orlesian Empress invites me to engage in real peace talks, I get nervous. I don't know what Orlesians mean when they say that, but I hear it involves poison and dancing. Perhaps both at the same time. I'm told you know Empress Celine and she owes you for that whole saved your life business. Considering you also helped save mine, perhaps the Inquisition could help make these talks happen. Well, yeah, there's a great deal of bad blood between these nations, but I'll do my best to facilitate their talks.
Let us begin.
Sebastian, that guy I forgot about when I played Dragon Age 2. Would it be crazy to say that I like Sebastian more than I like Sarah? Is that a hot take? As soon as I said that, I saw the stream drop like 10 people. Look, hey, I'm not saying that's what I think. I'm just wondering if that's a hot take. Is that a hot take? No, actually, hot take. Ace, you're going to start fights. Not for me. Sarah seems universally disliked. There's no way. I thought she would have been like a lot of people's favorites. I feel like if I played the game when I was younger, she might be one of my favorites, but like, I love Sebastian. Okay, I'm starting to see a little Sebastian love in the chat. Let's go. Lukewarm. I will agree. I hate Sarah more than Sebastian. Sheesh, man. I guess that's why I haven't gotten any comments on the VODs or anything saying, you know, go talk. You haven't talked to Sarah in a while. I haven't seen none of that. I've been seeing Iron Bull. I've been seeing Cullen, things like that. Sarah and Vivian are the most hated in Inquisition, but I love them. People only dislike Vivian just because, you know, she's hard on you and, you know, she's for the circles, you know? Now, a lot of people don't like Sarah. I've been defending her from the jump, really. I didn't like them or dislike them. They were just there. I understand that. I actually kicked Sarah out of my Inquisition. What? I'm not kicking Sarah out of the Inquisition, bro. Because even if you don't like somebody, you know, they can still be an ally and can help the greater narrative. Or a greater purpose of our movement, you know? Personally, Sebastian is worthless to me, and Sarah is one of my faves, so I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. Again, this isn't me saying that's what I think. I'm just curious what you guys' perspectives is. She grew on me by listening to the banter when taking on her missions. That sounds like fun. Sarah grew on me. I do not enjoy Sarah. I like the quest you were doing right now, but that's pretty much it. Yeah, I like this quest for her. Wait, for real? I love Sarah. I don't hate Sebastian. I appreciate a pro Chantry perspective in Dragon Age 2, but he could have been better. Good thing he was the last DLC companion. That was his biggest problem. I'm always tempted to kick her out, but I resist the urge. I'm cute. Okay, maybe I shouldn't ask this, but what do you guys dislike about Sarah so much? I know what I've said and the grievances I've had, but like realistically, if you in the chat said you didn't like Sarah, what is your reasoning? Also, if you do love Sarah, let me know your reasonings for that too. Like, what do you like about her character? You know, and like, what are the highlights of her as a character in the game? I'm curious. I think Sarah's banter is way better than the regular dialogue in the main game, but no one will bring her out if they don't like the main conversations. True. You know, if I don't really like a character in the cutscenes, and I don't always feel the need to have her there. If I didn't, and it's funny because even then, if I didn't, part of it's like, oh, well, most people need a rogue they bring with you. But realistically, we already have a couple rogues, you know, like who is like, if it's between Sarah and Varric, who realistically is bringing Sarah over Varric? You know, if you just need a rogue to open doors and such like that, you know, who's doing that? But I'm curious. Just for my favorite lesbian, Sarah's banter with Solus made me start to like her, but her, Bull, and Doria finally won me over. My reasoning is I played an elf and she hated me. Wait, she hated you for being an elf? I just couldn't connect with her. At first I didn't like or get what Sarah was about, but I've started to like her. Her story and her friendship is wholesome. I feel like certain aspects of her character I forget about because, you know, I don't take her out often and it's been a while since we started the game. I mean, we are at the end now. Mostly just like how she is towards other elves. Interesting. Sarah is disliked the more serious you are. I mean, would you guys consider me a serious guy? Sarah is disliked the more serious you are. When you first meet her, the arrogance is grating. I don't love the not like other elves thing she did at first. That's true. First off, she doesn't like Solus, and he's my king. I forgot how much of a Solus lover you are, but I understand her now. I like her banter when she's in your party. Her banter with Blackwall is so cute. Or White Floor, sorry. Her humor can be cringeworthy at times. I usually play a mage elf, and she's very racist against both mages and Dalish elves. Yeah, that makes sense. I remember that now. The more you use Sarah, the more you like her. You keep her in your camp, people tend to dislike her. Her humor isn't funny. Varric is much better for humor. That is true. That is a high IQ statement. I'm not gonna lie. I love her design, honestly. I can agree she's annoying, but I think it fits who she is. She's very Meryl coded to me. I like Meryl more than her, and I didn't even bring Meryl with me like that, and Meryl frustrated me. But I do think that her being annoying fits who she is. I mean, she's young and stupid, you know, which I think is part of her charm and character, you know? She's the youngest person here, you know? And she doesn't take a lot of the things these fancy big power people are talking about. You know, she's lived a certain way and she sticks to that and doesn't really care about how anybody else has lived. And she's very headstrong about her opinions. You could never convince her otherwise. I love her design. I can agree she's annoying, but I think she is. I just read that. I'd bring Cole too elfy. Well, sometimes I'd bring Cole over Varric. I love Varric already, so bringing other rogues to get to know them makes sense to me. No, I mean, it makes sense. Again, I'm just the weird dude that I hate bringing double of something. I mostly hate bringing double rogues because I feel like you get more out of bringing double warriors or double mages. I completely disagree with Vivian, and my main Inky hates her for those views, but I love Vivian. As you learn her backstory, it'll make sense why she is the way she is. But that brings me to another question: is just because a character's backstory makes their personality make sense, does that make them good? Like, I already think how she is makes sense, you know, based off what I know about her, which I'm sure there'll be more I learn, but like, based off what I know, how she acts makes sense. I just don't like it. But again, it's not because it's bad writing. It's because even in real life, a 19-year-old acting like this is going to probably like make me groan a little bit. Maybe it's because I was that 19-year-old once upon a time too, and a lot of people playing probably were too. I feel like the more people that dislike her might be because you kind of see bits of yourself in her when you were less mature and silly. Play as a mage, so I brought Sarah to help kill dragons with her ult. What's cool about her, if you play as an elf, you could read it as you being her older sister or brother, I guess. That seems sweet. Yeah, but doesn't she just hate you for your race, not because you're her brother or sister? Even otherwise, the Tempest spec she uses is super strong. Yeah, and I have less reason to bring her because I am the Tempest rogue. Nothing else come close in DPS. The Astarion debate. I love Sarah more than Meryl. See, the thing is, the Astarion comparison doesn't make as much sense to me. Astarion tries to kill you when he first meets you, but I think his reasoning for doing it makes kind of sense, you know? He just doesn't know, and it was mostly done out of ignorance, but I feel like it makes sense in some regard. The hate for his character didn't make sense to me. I mean, I wasn't like standing the character like everybody in Name Mama was during that playthrough, you know, and I honestly didn't use him that much because your guess is as good as mine, but I didn't use him that much, but still. But I like the way she is, so I can't say. I love Sarah more than Meryl. Sheesh. Depending on how the game wants you to interact with the character in question. I think as a character, Sarah is great and I love her for it, but as an IRL person, I wouldn't get along with her at all. I think I can say the same. I can appreciate how Sarah is written and what like kind of person she is as a narratively written character. I just don't gel well with that kind of person, you know, in real life. You know, maybe it's just, I don't even think it's just because it's an age thing. It's just a maturity thing. You know, we are quite simply just on different wavelengths. She's silly, wanting to play pranks and stuff on people, and she doesn't care about big business, and she doesn't really like in-depth, more intellectual discussions. And I am just somebody who likes to do that, you know, even in my free time. So we are just different kinds of people, and the kind of person who can never do that at all. Like, again, I'm all about being silly and keeping our whimsy as we grow up, because quite frankly, I think there is eternal happiness in whimsy, you know. And I think people who abandon their whimsy just because they're no longer a child, I think that leads to a lot more sadness in life, you know. I genuinely just think so. Like, I think everybody should keep their whimsy. So I do appreciate a 19-year-old thinking that they should keep their whimsy, because nowadays a lot of 19-year-olds want to act like the world's ending because they don't have a job, you know. But I don't know. Again, I can appreciate how she's doing her character. I just don't think I gel well with that kind of person, because realistically, you're not going to get along with everybody you meet in life anyway. That's just how life is. Some people you want to be friends with don't want to be your friend. That's just how it is. A female elf was a bestie with Sarah. She does hate you in first, but you give her a chance, she can be sweet. I do love morally complicated characters in a game like this, regardless if I actually enjoy them or not. For sure, a lot of people might think that, oh, this character's bad because this, and this. But realistically, we need characters like that that don't always align with our perspectives and, you know, things like that. We need characters like that, because who hate, like, I can't tell you, again, I've played a lot of RPGs, not just because I do this for a living, but like even before doing this, I played more RPGs than the average person, you know. And I've met many different kinds of characters, you know, and stuff over the years, especially for including like JRPGs and stuff. I've met many different kinds of characters, you know, but like, so I understand the appeal of having people like change and grow throughout the course of a story, you know, because quite frankly, a lot of characters in a lot of media, they just fall in line, man, because the plot needs them to think this way now. The plot needs them to be this way, because regardless of how they act, they are part of the plot. They are part of the main character's gang. So now they have to be here, you know. And a lot of games and TV shows and movies fall in line with this kind of thinking. But quite frankly, having somebody who's just willing to challenge you on things, even if it means, you know, going against what the story wants you to do, I think there is merit in having that. I hate that you can romance her because she seems young and so strange, feels like a little sister. I mean, if you are a younger person doing this and your character you're playing is supposed to be younger, because they never give a canonical age for your character. And I'm sure if I didn't make a big giant mountain man and I played like a guy who looks like he's 20, then there's only a year difference between him and, you know, and Sarah. So like, that's not that bad. But again, I'm playing this as a character who is much older than her, you know, so being able to do that, and even if my character was a female, you know, I just think I just wouldn't be down for that, you know. It's just not the vibe that I think my character would kind of align with. The disconnect is weird. She likes pranks and silly actions, but joins a serious organization because of the breach. The disconnect is irritating. The thing is, I actually like that, because people think that it goes in line with something that I said I dislike, but this is not one of those moments, because people, I think a lot of people don't have a problem with the things I've said or how the things I said about these games. I think they don't have a problem with it because they all think in this same linear fashion, to where if a character has a perspective, they can only be on that perspective, and any other neighboring feelings have to be in line with this initial linear perspective. You know, like for example, you know, she's silly, whimsy, likes pranks and all that stuff, but she's in a serious organization, because quite frankly, she just can offer something, because at the end of the day, this is still her world. You know, and if the world is actually gonna end and this is the only organization actually trying to do something to help, it doesn't matter if I'm the one guy in the organization pulling pranks to, you know, on all these big wigs and stuff. I still need to be here because I still have something to offer to this Inquisition. You know, like For some people, they don't like that. But to me, that is natural and some of the best kind of writing you can be, because people are not straight lines. They're not. And too many people, it's like, again, this isn't me talking about anybody in chat, but like I've seen this so many times in media where people will like get this kind of way. But like, bro, I'm 19 week 20, to be honest. So that makes sense. The thing is, people are not linear, man. Our feelings and perspectives grow and change and morph and warp. They do all kinds of things. Sometimes we're okay with this, but we're not okay with that, even though we'd think that based off of knowing this about ourselves, they wouldn't be for that. But that's not how people work. You know, that's just not how people work. It's not, you know, and no matter what, you could say, oh, well, that just means you're not a consistent person. No, man, I feel my variation in my perspectives is my consistency. I am consistently being varied in my perspectives because not everything is a one size fits all. Sarah is a goofy character, therefore she has to never ever be serious, and she wouldn't realistically join an Inquisition that's serious. You know, if the world, that means she has to be, if the world dies kind of character. No, man, that's not how realistic writing works, because I feel like your brain expands when you start to understand that every character, every person is a hypocrite in some capacity. Just because you're okay with one thing doesn't mean it needs to be the defining factor of everything you have to be, you know? And I brought this up plenty of times throughout Mass Effect. I said this in New Vegas. I said this in The Witcher 3. You know, I've said this a lot because I've thought this for years. You know, I just really think that keeping characters confined to a strict, you know, notepad of character traits is how you make bad characters. It's how you make characters who won't be remembered. You know, and for all the things I might say about how this game feels different and all that such, you know, I love how they do the characters in this regard, because everybody feels like they have a hypocritical side of them, because it's quite frankly, feelings are complex. The things we've gone through have made us be set in our ways, but with the current circumstances, it made us have to do things we wouldn't normally do or think in new ways that we couldn't before, you know? I'm saying all this motivational crazy stuff, and we talking about Red and Blue Jenny here, bro. Let me get out of here, bro. The talks between Ferelden and Orlais took place in Jader, and it was not easy to keep matters from spiraling out of control. King Alistair is no diplomat after all, and had little patience for the endless fanfare. Thankfully, the Orlesians are uninterested in more war, and we were able to smooth the way toward an eventual peace treaty. The king sent along a sword that once belonged to the Ferelden hero king Calenhad, as thanks for what the Inquisition helped create. The Avenger. Nice. No, I'm getting out of here. There's still so many little plot points on there. The problem is I have to do a lot of this side stuff though, because if I don't, I'm not a high enough level to take on the DLC. Because real talk, bro, what am I gonna do at a level 20? I'm gonna try to do a level 20 DLC, and I'm about to get destroyed, bro. I'm about to get destroyed. Okay, I want to talk about the hero of Ferelden. Alistair, Adar, Blackwall, Briala. Where is the hero of Ferelden? Dorian. Where is the hero of Ferelden, bro? I feel like he should have been number 1. These are my characters. Oh, hero of Ferelden. Wait, we already knew this though. He began rebuilding the Order of Ferelden. Yeah, he's discovered that he's gone west in search of the way to cure the calling. Oh, letters. Letters and notes. Okay. Different Darkspawn. Letter from, oh shoot, it's from me. Okay, hold up. To his worship Inquisitor Adar. I wish that I had helpful information. Hold on, I gotta voice act this part. Because this is me. I mean, wait, I should just sound like myself, you know? I should sound like myself. But I'm gonna sound like a slightly exaggerated version of myself, a cooler version of me. To his worship, Inquisitor Adar, I wish that I had helpful information regarding Corypheus, but due to my own limited training during the Blight, I know less of ancient Darkspawn lore than most wardens. I am engaged in search of my own. All Grey Wardens who do not fall in battle eventually fall to something known as the Calling, a magic that preys upon our own connection to the Blight and the Darkspawn. Rather than such foul magic eventually leading to my death, I have determined to find a way to negate this calling and save all wardens from its effects. As I have little useful information to offer, please accept the accompanying gifts instead. If, in my quest, I find anything that may be of use to you in your fight against Corypheus, I will send it to you immediately. Yours, Warden Commander Tabris of Ferelden. Dang. Man, from the hero of Ferelden. It was good to see him, man. Very good to see him. It's very good to hear from him, man. I actually read through a few of these already. Yeah, I just wish that we got a little bit more. I mean, again, he doesn't know us, so it makes sense to have it kind of worded in a way like that. Like, this guy clearly doesn't know us kind of thing. But still, I mean, I appreciated that his wife is here to help us, though. She is kind of goated, so it makes sense. So now we need to go talk to Cole.
And fall to mortal failure.
I didn't understand the Grand Ball.
Yes, we did talk to Morgan in the last stream.
They said what they wanted.
It's the game.
Orlesian nobles see politics as a great competition.
I was explaining what he said. Why does he disapprove? Give Cole amulet.
I found the amulet that Solus told us about. Would you like to try it on?
Yes, but not here. I like it here. We need some place that can go away if it becomes sharp. What do I do with it?
You found one of the amulets. Excellent. May I? It is simple enough. You put it on, I charge it with magic, and you should be protected.
Think this will work?
We know it's not just going to work, right? It never just works.
Have faith, Inquisitor.
What was
Derek.
that? Oh, what are you doing to the kid?
Stopping blood mages from binding me like the demons at Adamant. But it didn't work.
Something is interfering with the enchantment.
Something like Cole not being a demon?
Eric is right.
Solus, is it possible that the amulet doesn't work on Cole because he's too human?
Regardless of Cole's special circumstances, he remains a spirit.
Yes, a spirit who is strangely like a person.
I don't matter. Just lock away the parts of me that someone else could knot together to make me follow.
Focus on the amulet. Tell me what you feel.
Warm, soft blanket covering, but it catches tears. I'm the wrong shape. There's something. There. That way.
Well, there's something actually here.
We'll find whatever is preventing the amulet from working, and we'll make it right.
All right, kid. Get Cullen and work with him on the map to figure out where you're sensing something wrong.
Will you come with me? All of you?
Well, hold on. We need a warrior for a balanced party, though. What are we doing here? 3 rows?
Right,
Come on,
I
bro.
get it. You like spirits. But he came into this world to be a person.
Let him be one.
Solus is right. I agree. I care about results. I agree, Varric.
If I see a way to protect Cole without taking away whatever he is, I'll use it. But Cole clearly needs our help.
I'm not saying we do nothing, but that ritual of theirs only works on demons, right?
This is not some fanciful story, child of the stone. We cannot change our nature by wishing.
You don't think?
However we deal with the problem, our next step is to track down whatever is interfering with the enchantment.
He's totally gonna betray us. Every time I'm in a cutscene with Solus, like I'm reminded that this is going to happen to us. Like it's going to happen, because realistically, it's the only thing that could make sense. Again, don't confirm for me in the chat, because this is me speculating, but it's just the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah, this should get me through the month. Give me a moment.
Who is this guy?
Greetings. Can I help you?
You.
Whoa.
You killed me.
What? I don't even know you.
You forgot. You locked me in the dungeon in the spire, and you forgot, and I died in the dark.
The spire?
Cole, stop.
Just take it easy, kid.
He killed me. He killed me. That's why it doesn't work. He killed me, and I have to kill him back.
Oh, Cole. I don't want to let him do what he wants. Cole, wait.
Before anyone gets killed, I need to know what's going on.
Cole, this man cannot have killed you. You are a spirit. You have not even possessed a body.
A broken body, bloody, banged on the stone cell, guts gripping in the dark, dank. A captured apostate. They threw him into the dungeon in the spire at Val Royo. They forgot about him. He starved to death. I came through to help. And I couldn't. So I became him.
So he's a spirit. He took on the identity of that kid.
An apostate. That'd make the guy we just saw a Templar. Must have been buying lyrium.
Let me kill him. I need to.
Solus, what do you think?
Solus?
We cannot let Cole kill the man.
I don't think anyone was going to suggest that, Chuckles.
Cole is a spirit. The death of the real Cole wounded him, perverted him from his purpose.
This is
To regain
interesting.
that part of himself, he must forgive.
Come on. You don't just forgive someone killing you.
You don't. A spirit can.
Varric, what do you think?
Varric?
The kid's angry. He needs to work through it.
A spirit does not work through emotions, it embodies them.
But he isn't a spirit, is he? He made himself human, and humans change. They get hurt, and they heal. He needs to work it out like a person.
You would alter the essence of what he is.
He did that.
To himself when he left the faith.
That's what I'm saying. He did that.
Make him survive it.
I agree. I totally agree here. This is the problem I have with Solus's mindset. He is I hate to again reference Star Wars, but only a Sith, deals with absolutes. He is an absolutist type of person. There is little to no talking him through anything. He has an idea, a perspective, and that is what it is. And he'll internalize it and make it a part of him. He thinks there's no way, like this is a thing. And the thing is, he won't hear you when you provide good, opposition to his perspectives. Yeah, he is sticking to his perspective. You know, that's why I think he's gonna betray us. You know, not just because of the mage. And I think they want you to like think this because after 2 games of having a mage confess they are betraying you, you know, towards the ends of the game, you know, it's going to be a mage this time, you know. And we have Vivian, we have Solus, and we have Dorian. And I think they would want you to think Dorian. And I could see Vivian, depending on our decisions, probably like not having her loyalty too. I could see that. But and you'd think, you know, Dorian, oh, he's Teventer, you know, like this could all be a ruse and stuff like that. I think how they want you to think that, you know. But I think Solus has been affected by visiting the Thedas so much that he's become this kind of person who is kind of almost like the spirit he talks to and stuff all the time, you know. He's almost like them because they don't work through their feelings, they internalize them, they embody them. And he's the exact same way. You know, it's crazy, like my brain is expanding as I talk this through to myself, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like this is not a plot twist, bro. Like by the end, when it happens, it's not going to be a plot twist, it's a reveal, you know. And if you've been paying attention, it's enough there to really doing this, you know. It's like that, like if it, I would almost say if it doesn't happen, that's bad writing. I would almost go as far to say if Solus doesn't betray us, it's bad writing. I'm not saying that's the case, but with how they have him in every single quest, even quests outside of his own, it just makes sense. And yes, this music is so unnerving. It's perfect for the scenario. I'm loving it. You know, and I love that like Varric and Solus are kind of 2 sides, you know, that really just show how differing their mindsets are, you know. Like Solus is all about, you know, like this is just who you are and this is how something is, you know, when Varric is more of a screw that, be who you want, do what you want, you know, because that's what makes us human. You know, he is the kind of person who, if he doesn't like something about himself, he will work, he will want to change that part of him. As humans, we are the people who can grow and change, you know, through the things we go through, you know. But Solus isn't really like that. He's played with these powers beyond that he really should be playing with, that he's kind of become absolutist like them himself. When he has feelings, it doesn't matter what we go through together as friends and part of the Inquisition. I guarantee you that he thinks there are certain problems about the world that only he can fix. He's the one who understands, so it's gotta be him that does it. You know, that's just who he is, man. You're definitely paying more attention to this game than me in my first gameplay. I mean, if I don't pay close enough attention, then it's not a fun watch. You know, realistically, if I'm not paying attention to the story, like hyper analyzing stuff, you know, I mean, well, one, I'm a hyper analyst. I'm like that even all, you can ask my friends, it probably kind of annoys them, but I am exactly like this off camera. When I'm playing a game, maybe in VC, you know, just to myself, I'll be talking and reacting to the cutscenes like I'm still streaming. He's like, bro, you're not streaming, stop. And I'm just like, bro, it's just how I work through my thoughts and stuff, man. That's just who I am, you know. But I have to be like this because one, it makes it a more exciting watch for people watching, but it also helps me gather my thoughts and organize them in real time, you know. But again, it wouldn't be the first time. In Trails in the Sky, I predicted the ending at the very beginning of the game. You know, the Mass Effect 2, you know, that one is really infamous because people were mad about that one. People still leave comments saying that, like, I faked this and, you know, I was lying about my first playthrough. I get comments about this stuff to this day. And again, I say I want to stop giving my theories, but you guys also like reinforce, you know, like, no, we like the theories, we like, you know, you working through your stuff out loud. But Not gonna lie, the Mass Effect was crazy, but it just made sense. The thing is, I'm not taking credit for that. The game left the breadcrumbs for you to figure out. So if you paid attention, you can figure it out. That's good writing, man. And if writing is good, I will try my best to notice it. Obviously, I don't guess everything. There's a lot in The Witcher 3 I just couldn't guess, obviously, you know, and even stuff in Dragon Age Origins I just didn't know, you know, but like still. Ace of the movie theater. Oh, watch it, dude. Well, I'm actually pretty quiet in the movie theater, but I think seeing things in the movie theater, I definitely need to watch it again. You know, if I see a movie in theaters, I probably need to see it again before I can really analytically talk about it with somebody, because it's not the proper setting. When I'm at home watching a movie here, you know, by myself, I can pause and analyze things. But if I'm with a friend, you know, sometimes like I've been watching the Jason Bourne movies with some friends lately, you know, and being able to kind of stop and talk about what the things they're doing and like how they're doing this and what's probably going to happen. That's been so much fun. It's been so much fun. I've been watching your E33. I'm very impressed with how much you picked up. I was literally, if you haven't already, please watch my E33 playthrough. That's one of my favorite games, man. And I love that joint, bro. I love it. That game was awesome. I appreciate you watching that playthrough. I understand Solus' interest in Cole, but I never really understood why Varix. Everyone else sees him as you, but why does he see Cole as a kid? I think it's because Varric's really good at seeing the humanity in everybody. I think he's pretty good at seeing that. He's just that kind of person. He's good at seeing the innermost parts of most people. Obviously, that's also how he knows when somebody's just bad to the core too. But Varric's a dude with a vibe that I could trust. That too. Ace in the movie during Avengers Endgame Act 1. Yep. Yeah. That too. 2 hours in. I think we've been doing pretty good though. I still don't understand. Cole will become more like a spirit. The amulet should function properly. Cole will become more human. The amulet may not be necessary. I still don't understand. Wait, can I? No, it doesn't have the question mark. So if I pick this, I might actually lose out on something. So I'm actually going to pick this one because that's what I agree. Cole has a childlike way of helping, wanting to help and not understanding how best to help. Yeah, like, I mean, again, to him, the end result that was all that mattered. You know, if he messed up, he could just wipe their memory and try again. You know, he wants to do the right thing, but he just doesn't know how to go about it. But the thing is, that's why we've been kind of treating him. I think this entire quest line has felt like Cole made himself human. And I think treating him as such is the only way he'll grow. I think he's at a crossroads to where he can become exactly what Solus thinks and says he is versus how him being human. I think if you do this, I actually do think he will kill the guy. I do think so. But I think if we pick this, he actually will be able to, you know, not do it. Vert stream, that's what's up. Oh, hey, let me know how many of you are watching through the vertical one. I don't know how it works, and YouTube doesn't show it to me. It also combines my chats with the vertical version and the regular version. So if you're watching this vertical, let me know. I'd love to like see that. I really want analytics of it, and YouTube hasn't been giving me the analytics. This is my second stream doing that, by the way. For those who kind of haven't seen, but yeah, this is the other side of it right here. I know you can't fully see, but because of this, but like, oh crap. But like you could see it here, there's the game there at the top and then the chat at the bottom, but I'm streaming this vertically as well. Move that back, move this back, move this back. Varric school for troubled adults in their 20s. Adopting the troubled strays left and right. I always agree. I would make it more human. Varric is right. In my opinion, Sarah and Cole are two sides of the same coin, just kids trying to help. Exception. You're right. Yeah. It's cool to have it, but I prefer full screen. Yeah, I think most people agree. I watch a lot of, if I do watch streams, I actually do watch vertical quite a bit. So it's convenient, but I prefer vertical as well. I mean, I prefer horizontal so I can see the full thing. It feels like it's a media literacy thing. Like if you pick this just because this is what you want, that's one thing, but the story of Cole's arc is clearly gearing towards this part, like him becoming more human.
Cole will never grow into a real person until he comes to terms.
Cole greatly approves.
Leave it to me.
Okay, I didn't think Cole would get approval there.
All right, kid. You want revenge? Come with me.
We embarrass him, bro. We wait till he bathes and then we go and take all of his pants. And then like now he has to just like try to get back to his room without being seen. Is that a crime?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Sorry isn't going to help him now, is it, kid?
No.
Then pull the trigger and put him down like a mad dog.
He messed with it.
Do it.
No!
How you doing, kid? Feel any better?
No.
You can't make it all just go away. I learned that the hard way.
Forget.
No. He needs to remember. You too. We're done here.
I like how the music ended like a second or two before the cutscenes. Sarah greatly approves. She totally would. Oh man.
For all we know, the amulet will now never function. Cole remains vulnerable to binding.
No, he isn't. The amulet didn't work because he's too human, right? Maybe now the kid's also too human for that binding magic to work on him.
Doesn't that work?
You're right.
That can happen to anyone though, right?
It still hurts. When do I stop hurting?
When do I stop hurting? Will help.
Being with your friends can make you feel better.
Come on, kid. Let's go for a walk. It'll clear your head.
The left hand misses a friend with 2 different names. She's hurting, sad, alone, but everyone can see me now. They remember. How do I put honey in Leliana's wine without her noticing?
I can help with that.
Y'all are both rogues, bro. The deft of hands is what you can do.
It's good that he's not entirely changed. However human he becomes.
I loved that. That was very sweet. That was very sweet. I like that a lot. And that's Cole's personal quest. Neat. Happy about that.
Inquisitor.
Now, who else do we have? A lot of other people. That was a fun quest. I enjoyed that quite a bit. Leliana.
So it's true. Some look to Cassandra or even me as Justinia's successor. I never thought the idea would gain momentum. Of course, with the other candidates out of the picture.
But what do you want?
Is becoming divine something you really want?
When Justinia was alive, I would have laughed at anyone who even suggested that I could be her successor. Things have changed. Still, I don't know. Restoring the Chantry will be like trying to steer a sinking vessel through a storm.
Realistically, I said this before, but realistically, Cassandra just is the better option. She has a much more, her head is on straight for in regards to what the Chantry really needs in order to succeed. But like, I don't know, maybe we need somebody different like Leliana. Not that that would probably be better, but as a narrative breach, if you chose the option, the amulet does work and he continues to help people in spirit while being protected, just, you know, the alternate outcome. That kind of is mid, and I kind of wish I didn't know, because it feels like my decision doesn't really matter. I mean, what's him being a spirit or being a human doesn't really matter at the end of the day, because he's protected and he's just going to keep helping people anyway, you know? I haven't done Vivian's quest yet. I almost talked to her instead of Leliana, but Leliana just confronted me for sleeping with Morgan. She's not happy, but like in Usher, my heart's brother is crazy. That's crazy, man. Like were you already like set in stone? Wait, hold on. This is what you do, bro. Peep game. This is what you do. You find some, you quick save, you reload to beforehand, or if you already got like out and you're able to move around and you're not in a cutscene, this is what you do. One, you make a quick save, then you talk to her, and then you give her whatever gifts you can. But before you talk to her, you give her whatever gifts you can. Gifts will save you, bro. Gifts will save you. That's all you got to do. You give gifts. Peep game. That's how you do it, bro. Everything is forgiven if you give them nice stuff. I will help if I can.
Whoever becomes divine will have my support if she requires it.
And I'm sure whoever becomes divine will absolutely require the Inquisition's backing. The Chantry is faltering, but it still has influence over the people. Who tells the people what's right? Who do they look to in times of peril? A divine with enough support.
Give her some gifts now while you're in the middle of the quest.
And with it, Thedas. But this is a discussion for later. If Corypheus wins, finding a new divine will be the least of our problems.
Make a separate save too. I kind of want to guide her to do this. Does Leliana have a personal quest, I wonder? Or only the party members?
From Divine Justinia.
Are you all right?
That's a shock. You're all right reading it?
Thank you for the concern, Inquisitor. But I am. This message was written months, perhaps even years ago, to be delivered to me if she died. I've heard of such contingency plans. A sudden death often leaves loose ends. I'm to go to Valence, a small village on the waking sea.
Valence, yeah, she definitely has one.
Something hidden there.
So just like real life then, buddy. To everybody in the chat, we've all been in relationships, I'm sure. And if not, you don't need to have been to be able to answer the question. Somebody, your significant other wrongs you. You know, they did something messed up. They give you gifts, you know, in order to make up for it. They seem like they mean it, you know, and they genuinely put thought into the gift they're giving you. Do we forgive them? Of course, it would. You do, of course. It does depend on what it is, of course, that they did. But just, I mean, to apply to Dragon Age, say they cheated, you know, do we forgive them? Let's specifically say because they cheated. Do we forgive them? Give it to whoever went down a bunch. Or whoever is upset, because realistically, I think all that's going to happen is that they'll just like make you choose between them. They would make me more mad if you think gift could fix it. No, probably not. Just through gifts, no. But like they're saying they're really sorry and they seem to mean it, but they give you a gift too, you know, or even a few gifts, you know, like, no, I think most people, yeah. I guess it depends on where you think, you know, where your headspace is in regard to the cheating. You know, is cheating an unforgivable act, and even if it is forgivable, is it something that you would ever give someone a second chance after? Because I had to tell Liliana that I will stop seeing her, but Morgan is my baby. Well, you gotta like leave Morgan alone, man. I would keep her approval up though, so I would still give her the gifts, but I would stop messing with her, you know, because she's still really good and you need the option at the end of the game. So I'd try to keep her approval high throughout the game if you could, or at least give her some approval before the end game. That'd be more matter. You guys are actually more strict than I thought. If there's anything I really want that would counter the trust loss, yeah, I mean, I feel a similar way. I've been cheated on before and it really sucks, you know. And real talk, it was bad with it too. Like my situation was really bad. I'll tell that story one day, but it's not always the easiest story to tell, you know. But I don't think cheating is unforgivable. I think that it depends on the circumstances, like in it. And I know this sucks as a man saying this. Look, I know. I'm sorry. I'm conscious of these things, but I'm saying this for the sake of the narrative. You know, saying that like realistically, it would depend on the mind space. If somebody was going through a lot mentally and stuff like that, you know, moments of weakness can happen. You know, and it doesn't necessarily mean that they didn't like love you, you know, but like things can happen. But I also understand that because of that mistake, just because it was a mistake and it was innocent and you still love me, doesn't necessarily mean you're owed my forgiveness, you know, because quite frankly, if you do that to me, you lose any right to being owed anything from the other person. That's just how it is, homeboy. You got to understand, you make that mistake, any good grace I could give you, you just threw out, you know? It also depends on what the cheating entailed. Like, was it going out on a date? Was it just a kiss or more? That kind of thing matters. Most people assume that when cheating happens, something specific at the deepest level of intimacy happened, but that isn't always necessarily the case, you know? But yeah, again, realistically though, if somebody, you know, cheats on me, I probably forgive them, but I would end the relationship with no desire to ever be back together. I'm not somebody who holds a lot of hate in their heart, you know, but I am somebody who has little time to deal with nonsense. I have a very low nonsense meter, I'd say. It's one thing if it's done out of innocence. Like some people don't have the patience for like a kid, you know, kids do a lot of nonsense that they're kids, you know. I have a tolerance for that because, you know, there was a lot of young people in my family, you know, I was around my little cousins a lot and there's a pretty big age gap between us. So I'm fine with that kind of thing, you know, but like realistically, you know, these days with this kind of nonsense, you know, adult nonsense, I don't got time for that. You know, we're grown. I do not have time to be wasting time on y'all. I don't. Hate in your heart, Gara. I'm not Gara, unfortunately. Yeah, I do think most bouts of cheating should end with a relationship being ended because the person does not respect you enough. You know, this isn't to say that a person can't be in charge of what happens with them themselves. If somebody wants to forgive and forget, that's on them. But like realistically, if somebody ever is cheated on a relationship, I would never recommend them to stay in the relationship. How did we even get on this? Oh, because it was J Money talking about Dragon Age, brother. We just be talking about stuff, man.
Do you know what you're looking for?
The Divine was a powerful woman who used her position to obtain all sorts of things. Whatever she hid in Valence would very likely benefit the Inquisition and must be kept from falling into the wrong hands. If I'm lucky, she will have instructions for me.
I mean, I've just never been a hold hate in my heart kind of person, you know. I can forgive. That doesn't mean I forget. I instruct her, she doesn't. Why Valence?
Why hide things in Valence?
What's so special about it?
Justinia was revered mother at the chantry there for many years before she became the Divine. It is a place that holds great meaning for her.
Well, if this bag of chips is looking at me some kind of way, so I kind of have to like eat one. I instruct you as well. There's a very big reason I didn't pick that option. Do you want to leave?
I'll help in whatever way I can.
Wonderful. I was hoping you would agree to come with me to Valence. One more thing. If what is hidden in Valence is as valuable as I think, we're not going to be the only ones looking for it. I shall meet you at the chantry in Valence. Try not to delay.
Dang. She's going right now. What is this poster? Oh, Varric has his good one now. Varric has his good one now? Dang, Cole. Bring. We still have quite a few we need to do, though. Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, if they don't come clean about it either, oh man. Oh man. I like hers. I did see that he was playing Persona 5. And he romanced Takemi. Yeah. No, he couldn't romance Takemi. Yeah. But yeah, I've been watching that. I played through Persona 5 3 times, bro. It's crazy. Good game. Persona 4 is better, though.
It's just as I remember it.
You didn't tell me you'd been here before.
After the Blight ended, I came here to see Justinia. She was just Dorothea then, a revered mother.
It's peaceful here. You must have good memories of this place.
It was a place of comfort. It is good to see it still untouched by Corypheus.
I don't blame him, man.
Liliana? Is that
She's
you?
peak. I'm more of a Kawakami kind of guy, though.
What are you doing here? I thought you were in Val Rayo.
No, I've been here since Justinia died. This place makes me feel like she's still with us.
Inquisitor, this is Natalie, a trusted friend.
Dude, I was so freaking hungry.
Inquisitor? You brought the Inquisitor here? My lord, forgive me for not recognizing you earlier.
It's kind of freaking me out a little bit, no? Dude, I'm so freaking hungry right now, and I'm remembering that I have Panda Express in my refrigerator right now. What say I eat this Panda Express while watching this cutscene? What say you to the theorists and philosophers? J Money, I'm going to tell you right now, and to anybody else, do not romance multiple people in Persona 5. While yes, you can do it, but just like Persona 3 and 4, the game will punish you for it. It will, and it will be very much not worth it in the end. going to tell you, and a lot of people try to meme it and stuff on Twitter. Yeah, I would still pick only one if I were you. And the game gives you a long time to do it because unlike Dragon Age, to where it's relatively quick to romance somebody, you have to get to like, you can solidify a romance by rank 9, and then you like you get into the romantic relationship by rank 9, and then rank 10 it's fully finalized, you know. And you but you make your decision in rank 9 and you can't go back by rank 10. So if you choose to just friendship or romance, you pick that decision in rank 9. So again, that's 10 hangouts with the character, and again, you can't just do them back to backs because the game is on a calendar system. You know, it takes a while to do that, and a lot of times you might need specific stats in order to do it. Like if you wanted to progress with Makoto, you need your character needs a certain level of knowledge in order to proceed with her relationship or her social link. So you can get punished for trying that in Inquisition as well. Interesting. I actually really like that. Yeah, someone tell me as I grab this. My headphones will still be on. Someone tell me. I want to know what happens if you actually do multiple. Actually, I'm gonna grab it and I'm gonna pee at the same time. Well, I'm not gonna grab it and pee at the same time. I just mean in the same trip back. Don't leave. I forgot it. Glad to see you back, J Money. Oh my gosh, that's so funny, bro. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, bro. J Money, the little bro of the community. Oh my gosh, everybody just knows and they get it. But like J Money's, oh man, that's so funny to me. I'm sorry, it's so funny to me. The romance talk reminds me of Baldur's Gate 3 at launch. The romance triggers were bugged, and Gale in particular was quite in the second time you talk with him, cementing him as that. Sheesh, I'm sorry. Also, thank you for your donation. I really appreciate you. Yeah. You also have to remember too, Persona is more of a realistic depiction of a lot of things too. So like, you know, it's more, I don't know. Bro, well, I said your video girlfriend was me and everybody remembers me. No, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. This Panda Express is cold. This wasn't as good of an idea I thought it was going to be. I was eating this at like 2 in the morning, and I was like, bro, I don't want all this on my stomach at like 2 in the morning. So I only ate some of it. I ate more than I thought because there is literally only one broccoli left in this entire thing. Literally, there is only one broccoli left in this entire thing, bro. I guess I really wanted broccoli beef at 2 in the morning. Cold broccoli. Maybe I should maybe I should eat this later when I couldn't warm it up. You know, maybe I'm not hungry anymore. Actually, maybe I'm not hungry. Maybe not. So. All right, y'all, we got the next best option. Don't worry, I didn't die. Dude, the teriyaki chicken, I got some of that right now and it's about to be so... Look, I'm not anti-panda. I just think that you should never have it if it's not hot. You know? That's what I think. You like broccoli? I've lost some respect. Broccoli's the best vegetable. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. I left my headset all the way over there. But it is. Sorry you had to find out this way, but it is the best. Found out on Prego 2 weeks ago and cravings are strong, crazy strong. 1, congratulations. 2, enjoy it. The teriyaki chicken. I didn't really have much of the pot stickers before. I think I've had them like once or twice. Broccoli is the GOAT. They always try to use broccoli as a way like that for kids. Oh, they hate vegetables and stuff like that. But like broccoli's great. I've always liked broccoli. I mean, I didn't actually eat broccoli that much as a kid just because we didn't have it as much. But like broccoli is like my go-to vegetable now. It's the go-to. Okay, cauliflower is a different story. Cauliflower, I wouldn't want cauliflower to replace broccoli, but it being there with it, I think is fine. I don't think you're weird for that, Hobbit, but I do remember because it was today. Don't worry, guys. I got the best replacement right now. I got a fiber 1 bar, bro. Let's go. I got fiber one bar, bro. This is gonna help me go get through the rest of the stream. I never even heard of broccolini, bro. What is that? What is that? Tortellini. I actually don't like fiber one bars at all, but the taste is fine. It's just the texture is very odd. Well, yeah, like if you just get regular broccoli and steam it, I mean, it's pretty plain, you know? But the thing is, even plain unseasoned broccoli is better than most vegetables. Like something I really didn't like when I was younger was carrots. And I honestly still don't like carrots that much when it's by themselves. Like if I just bought a carrot, I probably won't like it. Carrots have to be cooked. Carrots that are cooked, peak. I enjoy that. Squidward, tortellini. Will I ever win? you can't put SpongeBob quotes in front of me, bro. I'll always be able to freaking quote it, man. At least if it's from the earlier seasons. I should get the brownie fiber one bars and put them in the fridge. I'm weirdly not into chocolate that much. They had the chocolate one at the store. I just chose cinnamon coffee. That sounds great. That sounds great. I love coffee. I like cinnamon. You know, why not? Spinach is great. Who doesn't like spinach? Now, I get spinach can be kind of overpowering, but like more often than not, you know, a lot of people like supplement spinach and stuff like that. Especially if you're eating out when it has spinach, they'll more often put kale in it, you know, like Panda does that too, you know, like I want spinach, but like it's like 20% spinach, 80% kale. And I'm like, what are we doing here, bro? Come on. No, I didn't lick my fingers. And yes, I do feel slightly bad about it. And I totally wouldn't have done it even if I wasn't streaming right now. I'm kind of the same way. Peppers, I feel like it depends. There are some I just don't like, you know, but more often than not, I'm okay with basically all peppers. The yellow peppers are I'm just like, or they call them, are they yellow peppers or banana peppers? I can't remember what they're called, but those ones, I don't like those. I don't know why. The red, green, I could just eat those with it, something else, and it's fine. But I just ate something slightly sweet and then I put a soda behind it. What is going on with my brain today? There is something going on. That's exactly how it was with me. Old school. We got the young blood over here talking about, you know, some people might not know it. I know, Papa. I grew up on all that old stuff. It's my favorite stream. Heated debates on haircuts, anime, cheating, vegetables, and also some Dragon Age on the side. You're right. I still feel like we've done quite a bit. I think we've balanced the yaps a lot because some of the yaps were born from the discussions of the game itself and the thing that's happened, you know, while at the same time, you know, they expand into something that can drive the community into discussion. You know, I feel like we've done a pretty good job. Okay, the anime. Well, the anime started because we were talking about romance and stuff like that. Because I was going on a rant about how the romance and stuff works in these games and stuff. So it goes back. The haircuts thing was talking about Sarah. I think we did a pretty good job. Okay, the vegetables thing, not so much, but I'm sure my mountain man is really a fan of, you know, vegetables as well. I'm sure he's a fan of vegetables. He's from the mountains, bro. Also, I'm a much bigger fan of his design now because I remember when I first made him, I was like, oh, I'm not feeling this, bro. But now that's my son. This might make the texture better. Love me some spinach and mushrooms though. Can't have pizza or spaghetti without mushrooms and black olives. Mushrooms and black olives. I I could definitely have them without it. I do think spaghetti is one of the better places to put them. I honestly just don't like olives. I gotta admit, I just don't like olives. But mushrooms and spaghetti isn't bad. I also think mushrooms on pizza isn't bad either. I like spinach pizza. Spinach pizza is actually really good. That was one of those things where spinach pizza was bought for me once, and I couldn't be rude and just not have it in that moment. So I just took it like a champ and ate it, and I thought it was great. I thought it was great. And I was like, oh man, this is good. Maybe these vegetable things are pretty good. You'll pay penance for that? I don't care. I'd rather not be recognized.
I wish more people would fail to recognize me.
Oh, I see.
Natalie, listen. There is something hidden here. Something Justinia left for me.
Oh, really? What is it?
I don't know, but we'll find it. I'm curious to see what brought us all here. Justinia's letter came with instructions for me. They were a little cryptic. Always remember that faith sprung from a barren branch. That light has no fear of darkness. Above all, that strength lives in an open heart.
She must be hinting at something in here. Let's look around.
Or I could just do this.
Every Friday?
There's multiple things it's trying to lead me to.
Of course. Never give up the traditions of
Do I have to do it in order?
That is lovely.
At that one?
I stare up at the breach sometimes. It's terrifying.
It's the paintings, of course. I feel like it's cheating to do this because it's just trying to tell me exactly where it's at.
Yes, spectacular, isn't it? You must be careful, Natalie. Justinia's enemies are making their move.
I don't trust this lady that's with us for some reason. That one would have been hard for me to guess. The light that has no fear of darkness.
What was that? Looks like we opened something.
Oh, this came out. Okay. What's this lady gonna do? Oh, yeah.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Good old Liliana was playing you the whole time. Didn't you realize?
They never sing the benedictions here on Fridays, Natalie.
Dang.
It's so simple. And you got it so wrong. I wanted to believe, but you were lying from the start. Keep that pretty mouth shut if you must, dear. You've already told me everything I need to know. The prickleweed burrs on your hem, talking about the sun rising through the breach. It all points to a single place. Morel in the Dales, Grand Cleric Victoire's bastion. She sent you, didn't she?
Dang, she's good.
Always an opportunist.
Sheesh.
Who is this Grand Cleric? I've never heard of her.
An experienced
Dude, if Andraste was an elf, that'd be crazy, bro.
Justinia, but kept her ideas to herself. I suppose now, with Justinia dead, she thought she could make her move.
What were your plans?
I want to know what this Grand Cleric planned here.
She sent Natalie here to see what Justinia was hiding, no?
The Inquisition has turned Thedas away from the true chantry. It must be stopped.
Stop us? You must be joking.
Mother Victoire is well loved by many. The Inquisition has more enemies than you know.
And Victoire thinks she can ally with them.
Good, we know our enemy.
Good work. We know the name of our enemy. That's half the battle won.
Exactly.
Kill me then. I am not afraid to die for my beliefs. At least I still know what I believe.
I say we let her go. That sends a message. Not like Leliana has a bar.
She's no threat.
The Grand Cleric.
She is one woman. We are the Inquisition.
The Inquisitor has spoken. Run. Tell your mistress that she has a choice. The Inquisition is coming. No! This can't be it. There's nothing here.
It's not nothing.
It's not what you expected. That doesn't mean it's nothing.
There's a message carved in the lid. The left hand should lay down her burden. She's releasing me. The divine has a long reach, but it is always her left hand that stretches out. 1,000 lies, 1,000 deaths. Her commands, but my conscience that bore the consequences.
What she said in the fade.
She apologized in the fade. She said she failed you. This is what she meant.
All this time, Justinia carried the fear that she was using me. Just like I'd been used in the past. But Marjolaine's games were trifles. Justinia gambled with the fate of nations.
Yeah.
She needed me. No one else could have done what I did. She knows that.
Stop torturing yourself. It was necessary. Stop torturing yourself.
Then you have to let it go.
I keep hitting the mic, I'm sorry.
You don't owe her anything anymore.
If it were not for you, I would have killed Natalie and called it a good thing. Thank you for showing me what was right when I couldn't see it for myself. There
Yeah.
are things that must be said, but not here. I will see you back at Skyhold.
I like that kind of view. Almost like she was watching over her just then. I like this little place here. It's very detailed. This is all that's here. Where do they go to the bathroom? That was nice, though. Skyhold. Let's go check up on Leliana. Very nice interior. It's gonna put me straight there. If you don't play your cards right early game, you don't have an option there. I was actually thinking that because earlier in the game, we had the option to have her kill somebody and we told her not to. And we also had this here where she could have killed Natalie, but we told her not to. And then now when she saw that, I assume she wouldn't have been able to accept her release if we didn't do those other decisions. Oh yeah, I didn't see any chamber pots. You're right. But usually they kind of like put it in a room or something though, right? Where is she? They already got their hoods up.
Grand Cleric Victoire has offered the ambassador support for the Inquisition.
Ah, Natalie is as persuasive as ever.
Oh. Hey, Leliana, you'll be happy to learn that your friends are doing well. Schmooples. Oh wait, that was not new.
I'm told that Ambassador Montillier is pleased with the restraint you showed in Valence.
She's positively beside herself. I will never hear the end of it. Niceness before knives, Leliana. Haven't I always told you?
Will that be all, my lady?
For now.
Yeah, the soldiers aren't pawns, that too. I definitely remember the chamber pit right next to Hawk's bed. How are you?
How have you been feeling since Valence?
Good. Wonderful. Valence was something of a rebirth for me. If you hadn't been with me at Valence, I would have killed Natalie. I'd have told you that I didn't have a choice. But there is always a choice. I am more than this. I am more than what Justinia made me.
You're more than even she was. That's not what I would want to hear in that moment. Are you quitting?
What does this mean for my Inquisition? Will you still be my spy master?
Of course. I would not give up my post. Not after everything we've built. I
They
just
keep
know
restarting
now
the stream,
that I
huh?
shouldn't ignore my heart. Mercy is not always a weakness.
Fun fact, Josie's actor was Dragon Age fan before she was hired to VA for the series. That's awesome. Love to see that. Had you called the double agent to be killed, you would have been locked from that interaction. Dang, man. Dang. Are you angry with Justinia?
Do you resent Justinia for what she did?
How can I when there is so much between us? When she gave her life for peace? No, I believe her intentions were pure. Most intentions are.
Did this monologue help? Then forget her? I don't even... all these options suck. You're more than even she was.
You've exceeded her. She could never have imagined the power you now hold.
And now I will know how to use that power wisely. I have to stay true to who I really am, before a spymaster, left hand or bard. I almost lost myself.
Yay. Yay, Liliana.
So Varric knew where the champion was all along. That's the last time we sent Cassandra to interrogate.
You seem to know a great many people.
I have made friends, and on occasion enemies. It's unavoidable.
Tell me about Morrigan. Yo, that's what I want to hear.
What do you know of Morrigan?
She's changed. She used to be so disagreeable, cruel. She said things just to hurt people. Now the sharp edges have worn away. Perhaps it was Kieran. He seems so normal, like any other little boy, and so polite. Not that I was expecting anything else. I mean, never mind.
I mean, you know the circumstances of his birth, though. All right, Dragon Duelist, you have a good one. I appreciate you coming through. Have a good one. I'm not hardening her in Origin just to soften her in Inquisition. That don't make no kind of sense. It makes more sense for the hero Ferelden to have her go down the, you know, softened path anyway. And then because of what happens narratively outside of your control, she backsteps into, you know, being more hardened, you know, and she's just on this verge of who she was and who she is, you know, and then the Inquisitor is the final push that kind of makes her find herself again, like how she was 10 years ago, you know. So that to me feels like a better story arc, because realistically, I think that's just more natural. People don't just go through something one time and then their life and there's just this person for their entire lives. You know, that's why I love the Trails series, and you hear me talk about it in videos and stuff, because I feel like it's one of the only RPG series that truly understands that, because you don't go through one character arc in your life, man. It's just not realistic. If you are a human being, you have gone through multiple character arcs, you know, that's just who you are. If you're young, you have many more to go, you know, and that's realistic. You know, sometimes you understand yourself, and then later on you might lose your way because of things that have happened, you know, people you've lost, what's happened at work, you know, things happen to make you backstep. It's just, it's human nature. It happens, you know, but that's why, you know, we keep good people around us, you know, that they rub off on us and help remind us of who we truly are. You know, and you overcome those things that set you back in the first place, you know? Yeah, and I think, you know, it's nice that Dragon Age has a similar approach to that. You have to harden her in Origins if you want to romance her with multiple people. I'm looking at you, J Money. Sheesh. That's funny. And just like a game, life would be pretty boring with no character development. It's true. It's funny because I actually don't even think that every single character needs to have an arc in my media. There's one of the main characters of the Trail series, because it kind of does the Dragon Age thing. but each arc is a different protagonist. Like in the Sky trilogy, those 3 games all have one protagonist, but then the next 2 games for the Crossbell arc has a different protagonist, and you still see the original protagonist show up and she's part of the story, you know, but like, you know, she's not the main protagonist of this arc, you know. But what I like about this too is that like you kind of see the results of what you've done, you know, throughout those games, you know, and I just think that's a really nice way to go about it, because over the story of that series takes place over the course of years. You know, it's been almost 10 years by this point, you know, since the very first Trails game. And a lot of these people have gone through multiple arcs, and sometimes they'll go through an arc and they'll backstep because something unimaginable happened to them, and sometimes they even have to learn the same message again, because while from a video game perspective that might suck, like, why, well, you already went through this, why are you going through the same arc? Because I'm gonna be honest, that's just realistic, because sometimes you'll learn a lesson in life when you're younger, and then something traumatic happens to you and you backstep and you think what you learned wasn't true or didn't matter, or it wasn't the right lesson to learn in the end, so you backstep and kind of become who you were again, you know. And that's what happened with Leliana, you know, that like if you didn't harden her in Origins and stuff like that, she kind of learns her lesson, you know, back then in Origins, you know. But like after what's happened narratively, now that she's not a party member anymore, you as the Inquisitor kind of still have that effect on her with how you've talked with her, what decisions you've had her make and everything, and she learns a lesson through that, and now she's kind of free even after all the burdens that's happened since the first game. You know, this is the first time in a long time, you know, she's felt like herself again. She even said it herself, it was like a sort of rebirth, you know. So I don't know, man, this is why we need to play a lot of games, bro. Like, you see how like I'm always bringing up this, how this game does this and this game do that. Dudes who only play one game or one franchise, they just can't do that. They can't do that, you know. And again, it's fine if you're just fine with playing your favorite games all over, but when you, like I said before, you know, on that one yap in that one stream where I was like, I'm gonna be honest, playing other games makes you like the games you like most even more. You know, this is what I'm talking about. When I can relate to what's happening in this game to what's happened and I've experienced in another game, it makes me appreciate what I'm playing even more, because I can categorize it as good writing, you know, because I already like this other thing and it's showing me a trope that while I've seen before, it's still done infrequently enough to where if it was done bad, I'd be able to pinpoint it out. If it was good, I can go and appreciate what it does different from the other thing I've experienced, you know, and I just like that. This is what I actually wanted to know. If you romance Leliana in Origins, the letter the hero Ferelden sends basically straight up asks you to soften her. That's pretty cute. It sucks that he wouldn't be able to be there for her, you know.
We can continue this conversation later.
You know where I am.
All right, we finished 3 quest lines so far. Wait, I don't know if Iron Bulls counts as a quest line. It didn't give me the option though. Maybe we can try to go by again. Let's go by and see him. We did Sarah's quest, we did Cole's quest, we did Leliana's quest. Hey, we're doing good. We did some good stuff today. I mean, like, we're doing pretty good, I feel. Because I tried talking to him again, I didn't get the option. Hopefully I can get something here.
Doing good work, boss. I like how this Inquisition is coming. Next time you're free, why don't you come grab a drink? I'll introduce you to the Chargers.
Okay, this might be it right here.
You said we should go get some drinks and meet your company?
Yeah, come on. It'll be fun.
There it is. All right, Iron Bull. Will this let me come around?
Ah, good. We're not drinking alone.
Drinking alone. There's so many people, like 8 people here.
I'm so glad he has someone new to hit with that joke.
Crim isn't too bad.
I can think of worse places to go with Crimicius.
So can the chief, believe me. He loves his nicknames.
Hey, when I was growing up, my name was just this series of numbers. We all give each other nicknames under the Qun.
They ever wear shirts under the Qun, chief? Or do they just run around binding their breasts like that?
It's a harness, Krem.
Yes, for your pillowy man bosoms. Let me know if you need help binding. You could really chisel something out of that overstuffed look.
Oh. Oh. I would say, why does it matter personally? Like, yeah, this feels like one of those weird dialogue moments, kind of like how I felt with Dorian's. I wish I quick saved beforehand. I'm just not picking those. I'm gonna be honest. And the rest of your crew?
Who are the others? A lot of the Chargers went looking off for stronger drinks. Let's see, who's left? We've got Rocky and Skinner there. And over there are Stitches, Dalish,
Dalish,
and Grim. Crazy bunch of assholes, but they're mine.
Why leave your clan, Dalish?
Why aren't you with your clan?
Our keeper thought I should see the world a little.
Dalish don't have Templars, so they can't have too many mages in a clan at once.
Now, sir, you know I'm not a mage. That'd make me an apostate.
You carry a staff, Dalish.
It's a bow.
A bow with a giant glowing crystal at the tip.
Yes, it's for aiming. Old elven trick you wouldn't understand.
That's funny. Where are you from, Rocky?
Were you born on the surface, or are you from Orzammar?
Orzammar. I got exiled. Stupid noble crap. Also, I accidentally blew up a bit of the shape rate.
Rocky's one of our best sappers. He can take down enemy fortifications faster than a golem.
I'm also working on my own version of Kunari black powder. I've almost got it.
Yeah, you really don't.
Dang. You're a healer, Stitches?
I take it you're the company healer.
Yes, first time I ever picked up a sword was when the Blight hit Ferelden. Never put it back down.
He makes a potion that'll put you right back on your feet after even the toughest fight. It tastes terrible, though.
That's because it's a poultice, sir. You're not supposed to drink it.
Ew, bro, what? When did you know he's fine? I think it lets you know a little more about him. What Rachel says is exactly how I feel. Like, none of these questions are my business. Like, realistically, I will just treat you how I assume you wish to be treated, or how I would want to be treated. And real talk, even if I don't mind questions, why are you asking? If the answer to your question is I'm just curious, then like, mind your business. I'm gonna be honest, like, mind your business. Like, if I was or wasn't, would you be asking that? Like, why are you not asking this to anybody else? You know, why am I choosing to be this or that? Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? I'm sorry. It almost feels like there was no representatives of these particular, lifestyles in the room when this was written. That's exactly what it feels like. There was no trans people in the room when that was written, because I don't feel most people would want that, because they're adding this because they want you to pick dialogue options to learn more about the character. But this is not the setting in which I would do that, Like, I feel like, Krim has been sitting around the tavern since the beginning of the game. I feel like this is those are dialogue options I would put in that setting and not have them here in the group setting, Yeah, if they wanted to talk about it, they would tell you that that's what I think. Yeah, I love that, because you all just, in Origins, I love that. Just how'd you get here, Skinner?
So how'd you join the Chargers?
Killed some people.
Skinner didn't take kindly to nobles testing their new swords on the elves in her alienage.
Bull took me in. Now I get paid to kill shams.
This is actually really good behavior for her. She's not marking her territory or anything.
Well, that's you. Some people are nosy and more curious than considerate. Game allows you to roleplay as ignorant. Yeah, I'm not saying it shouldn't be there. It also just feels tone deaf, to me. But I agree. I understand what you're saying, though. They're giving people the option to be as tone deaf as the devs, if anything. It almost feels that way to me. Again, I just think if those exact dialogue options were put in a different context, because I'm not even saying they need to be gone, but again, I said before, I would put those dialogue options in the private conversations with Krim. That's what I would have done, because you still can find out and all that stuff. Because again, these people are all in a company, they're a found family, but even then, not everybody wants to tell all their business around everybody. Playing on Nightmare? I think I'm just playing on hard. Grim, what's your story?
Grim, is it?
Grim doesn't talk much. I'm pretty sure he's the lost king of some small country, or a chieftain, something like that.
I'm impressed.
Got a good company, Bull.
We do all right.
Man can beat the Chargers, cause we'll hit you where it hurts. Unless you know a tavern with loose cards and looser skirts. For every bloody battlefield, we'll gladly raise a cup. No matter what tomorrow holds, our horns be pointing up.
Thanks for coming by, boss. Glad you could meet some of my team.
It's funny that whole scene with Iron Bull, and I now feel like I'm more endeared to them than I am him. Is that disrespectful? Because Iron Bull still didn't. I mean, Iron Bull has let you talk about, he's talked about himself a bit, but like, I feel like we needed a bit of Iron Bull in that, even if he doesn't talk about himself, they talk about their relationship with Bull. And all they really said is they recruited them after this happened to them, but they didn't really go into the connection, really. Yeah, for sure. I talked to Krim at the beginning, shortly after we settled here. After Krim, I saw Krim was standing there. That was the only time. Oh, really? That's who I was impersonating? That's kind of funny.
Damn, these are good. Are these nuts or seeds or whatever? They're good.
Saharan.
Tell me more about Saharan.
It was a damn ugly place. Only getting uglier when I left. Between the Fog Warriors, the Tal Rashath, my people, and the Vince. You were lucky to go a day without blood. What do you want to know?
And to be honest, I don't actually care, Iron Bull, but I'm trying to get your personal quest.
I remember one guy.
That wasn't his personal quest, right? I mean, we didn't do anything.
Thin bread. Nice guy. Talk to him every morning. So one time I'm asking about his bad back, and I see he's nervous, trying to tell me something with his eyes. Next thing I know, his assistants draw knives and come at my team. The rebels had forced him to poison my food.
Sheesh, what happened?
And then? I'd seen how nervous he was, so I hadn't eaten anything. A couple of my guys weren't so lucky. We killed the rebels. I lost 2 men to the
Yeah, what's up? Welcome to come through.
My friend who made the fish wraps died with a knife in his throat. Close quarters fight. He was caught in the middle. That is what things are like for the natives of Saharan.
Oh, yeah, the Fog Warriors.
Fog Warriors, like.
They were the worst of the rebels. They trained for stealth attacks. They made this fog. I never saw any mages, so I figured it was alchemy, not magic. They were almost invisible in it. I'd be on
They could be finicky?
Market Square. The fog would roll in, and before I knew it, half my squad dead without a sound.
It almost sounds like you admire them.
They didn't use poison. They didn't hurt civilians, and they were damn good fighters. You have to respect that. Plus, they hit the Vince as hard as they hit us. Hearing some terrified Magister scream, "My slaves! Where are my slaves?" in the fog always put a smile on my face.
Tell me about the Tevinter people you fought.
The Vince sent forces to Saharan every autumn. Guess they didn't like the summer heat. We had some good fights on the beaches, standing in knee-high water foaming red with blood, ships on fire around us. The cities were worse. Free bit of advice. Don't let the Inquisition forces get suckered into urban combat.
Sorry if this has been asked before, but why does Bull not sit right with you? I don't think it's been fully asked, but I guess I'll talk about it because in case I haven't, or people wondering. It's not that I don't like Iron Bull, it's just that I don't care. You know, it's quite frankly that early game mindset you have with characters you're just initially meeting, to where it's like you don't necessarily care about people yet. You think they might be cool and they look neat and stuff, but like I feel like the game hasn't made me care. And usually I don't like it when a game relies on, you know, personal quests and side content for me to like a character initially. I feel like there wasn't enough in the initial meeting of Iron Bull that made me really like him. I just kind of wish in this game there was, I mean, I guess I can't really fully fault this game, but I feel it more here than I did in previous games, because realistically, even though, you know, Leliana and Zevran weren't like big parts of the plot itself, in terms of Dragon Age origin story, I still really liked them even when I wasn't using them, because I feel like the way they executed their actual characters still made me like them even off initial meetings, you know. And I feel like while Iron Bulls was cool, to me he is just the cool guy who has a squad mercenary of other cool dudes, you know. But there's not, to me it feels like there's not much else I care about outside of that. You know, there is some nuance with this character and that is neat, but like everything I'm seeing, I feel like it didn't take this long for me to start caring about some of these other characters. No, all good. You know, I know it's not coming from a bad place. All right, Alexis, you have a good one. I guess I just feel like I'm ready for the game to, you know, give me something that I can latch onto regarding his character. It just kind of hasn't happened yet. Who's your least favorite companion minus Sebastian? Nobody likes him. I actually like Sebastian, but if I had to say the character I like the least amount in the series, it would unfortunately be Sarah. I think it would be Sarah. I mean, there are reasons to like her gameplay wise, of course. You know, I have the exact same class as her, you know, but in terms of actual gameplay of everyone in the series, or just as a whole, you know, it's just, how do you feel about Will from Baldur's Gate 3? He's one of my favorites. I've talked at length about why I think Will is a great character. I won't go too far into it here, but Will is one of my favorites in Baldur's Gate 3. Fair enough, Sarah talks in a very abstract way, and I like that about her, but I guess she's annoying sometimes. Yeah. Sarah isn't even a character I actively dislike. It's just, I just don't care. And yeah, I guess you could say she is annoying at times. There are other characters who are annoying too in some regard, but hers, it's just a lot that they're trying to do with the character just doesn't land for me. Oghren is up there though as Ogren's up there for my least favorite as well, though, which sucks because I felt like in the main game of Origins he was really good, but then when you get to the DLC like Awakening, buddy, what happened, bruh? But he also just was a bad person anyway. But like, I feel like he wasn't that bad in the main game. But like, Ogren is definitely is one of the worst, you know? Ogren, despite being a bad person and a bad father, you know, he's not absolutely terrible to be around until Awakening. Like, Awakening Ogren felt like the biggest backstep with a character I have ever seen, bruh. Like, you know, like he feels like the problematic friend you have, to where you know he's not an actually bad person. He just makes consistently bad decisions in his life. That's what he feels like. Well, and that's just compared to Sarah being an annoying 19-year-old. Obviously, yeah, maybe I should, now that I'm like talking it out, maybe Ogren is just worse than Sarah. You know, Sarah is just annoying, you know. And but if you watched me play Awakening, you heard me complain about Ogren a lot. I was like, dude, what are they doing with him, man? What are they doing with this guy? I couldn't believe it was that bad. I honestly couldn't believe it was that bad. He doesn't have a bad haircut. I can't believe y'all. This is crazy. He is gross towards women too. We respect women around here. I think Ogren had a different writer for Awakening. I would believe it. I would hope so. I really do hope it was just a different writer and who just wanted him to be the comic relief. It's basically just Elven Robin Hood woman. I just also find her just annoying, but I also find a lot of 19-year-olds annoying. This isn't to say that if you're 19, I probably hate you, but I do think that if you are that young and you resonate and like see yourself a bit in characters like Sarah, we probably wouldn't actually be great friends. But that's life though, you know. There's different maturity levels and stuff, and that's just life. I also don't like Fenris much. I actually really like Fenris. I mean, he was really annoying though. He was really annoying. I also thought Morrigan was annoying too. You know, every time I did a decent thing, she got something to complain about. I was like, bro, get out of my face, man. But you know, I mean, I still fell for her, so. No, I'm not. No, look, it's not what it looks like. It's not what it looks like. Look, I'm telling you, no, it's not what it looks like. We're not hating on Sarah. I promise you, we're not hating on Sarah. Well, we're not hating on Sarah. I promise you, it's not what it looks like. Look, I'm sorry. I know what it looks like. I know what it looks like. But we were not here ragging on Sarah. I know what it looks like. It's like you just talking. I know what it looks like. I was asked. Yeah, it's crazy. We were talking about the least favorite or favorite characters in like the series, and then like the least favorite characters, you know. And I said Sarah probably, but then I was reminded about how bad Ogren was, and I changed it. Like, yeah, Ogren is the worst character in the series. You know, we were talking about Ogren, and that, but you came in and made it look, and you saw people talk about it. That's what it made it look like. That so he's gonna ruin Sarah now? Nah. And it's not because Sarah's a bad person. I just think she's too young for my Inquisitor. We're in different points in life. Yeah, we were ragging on Ogren. Look, I'm sorry. I know what it looks like. I know what it looks like. You're right, that too. I think that would go very bad. I think that would go very bad.
Why do you hate Tevinter forces so much? What makes them so bad?
It's not their armies. It's their spies. They bloodied Saharan year-round, killing loyalists, supporting rebels. Alam had no city administrator.
Rise
Nobody
up.
will accept the position. The last 4 who held it died inside a year. Trying to conquer a country is one thing. Making it so nobody can live there, that just screws everyone.
Go bye.
See you later, Bo.
Nice talking with you, boss.
All right, I still can't do his
How are you?
There are a few here who know what it means to be Qunari.
You're not Qunari. You're Tal-Vashoth. World of difference.
I still grew up looking like this in a world of mostly humans.
Yeah. Fair enough. You didn't turn into a murdering bandit, so I guess we're fine. You want to know anything about the Qunari? Since we're talking about them.
Anyway, I just recently caught up in your Dragon Age series. I thought you were taking an extended break from Dragon Age, but apparently I just missed it because it was in the live stream tab. Yeah, they should still be alerting everybody. But I know even if you're subscribed, notifications not going out is a norm for YouTube, unfortunately. Yeah, I do have a playlist though as well, and I try to keep a currently playing section on there, and that reminds me I actually need to add Halo to it because we're playing through Halo right now as well. But on the channel you should see there's like a currently playing section, or the ongoing series, and right now we're playing this in Halo. There, just added Halo to it. Boom. Well, remember, Qunari, Qunari is not the name of the species. Like the Qunari are basically like the Mandalorians from Star Wars. You know, it's the religion, it's the way of life, you know, and not the species. There are just a lot of, you know, Qunari who are their species. It is the perfect way to describe it. If you're a Star Wars fan, then just saying there he's a man, like the Qunari are Mandalorians, should give you a perfect idea of how they work. I actually have no idea what their species is called, because Qunari is the Mandalorian, it's the way of life. The way of the Qun is the way of life, and Tal-Vashoth are, you know, are their species that don't align with the views of the Qun. Nobody knows. He doesn't know either. What's wrong with Tal-Vashoth?
What's your problem with Tal-Vashoth?
As Ben Hasrath, my job back home was keeping the peace, helping people live by the Qun. Tal-Vashoth turned their back on all that, decided they'd rather live like savages. The Qun is not perfect, but at least there's some sense to it.
My parents weren't savages.
My parents weren't like that. They lived peacefully and raised me as well as any human parents could.
Well, good. They aren't the kind of Tal-Vashoth I've got a problem with, then. Look, if you're worried I'm going to attack you, don't be. I had a lifetime of fighting Tal-Vashoth. You're not the kind I hate.
Yeah, you're right. Because, yeah, he wasn't actually, it's not like he abandoned the ways of the Qun. He was, his parents were Tal-Vashoth as far as I'm aware. His parents were Tal-Vashoth because they actually abandoned the ways of the Qun. But because he wasn't born under it, he's there. This Koseth? Oh, interesting. What does Qunari mean?
The word Qunari, does it mean what we are, the race, or is it anyone who follows the Qun?
Depends on who you ask. Are you Qunari or Tal-Vashoth? The humans and elves who follow the Qun are the Vidathari. The Qunari who break away from the Qun are Tal-Vashoth, deserters.
and those who predate the Qun.
What about Kunari who existed before the Qun?
The people we came from.
Oh, there are the
Kossith.
Kossith.
Don't use that word for the race. We came south to Thedas because the Kossith were... I don't know. We had to leave. The stories aren't clear. But I don't expect they look much like us. Whatever they are.
Okay. So... But he's still saying he doesn't think that the Kossith are like what the species are, though. Because he's... Yeah, like we're descended from them, but they probably didn't look like us. Like something happened to our species in that time after like descending from them. Because he had that idea that maybe that somewhere down the line, you know, somebody experimented on us or something and mixed dragon into us. And we became like part dragon of some kind. That because he was talking about that before. I would love for them to like make a story around that. You know, even if it's not like a mainline game, like have like a quest line in another game, or like make a spin-off game, or maybe heck, even maybe a TV show. Yeah, so like Hosith are who we are descended from, but we aren't Hosith because we are like genetically different from who they were. Like if you were to see a Kosith now, it'd be really different. I would really love to like, if they did like the DLC thing like they did for Mass Effect 3, you know, and you see this progenitor species just here and they could tell them things, you know, like with Javik. I think that would be really, really cool. So the dragon and donkey had babies. Yeah, now you're getting it. Yeah, Origins would be a peak anime. Make an anime romance series about it. I'm down. Do it. I'm down. I'm down. Or maybe the leader of the Kosith, you know, mated with the leader of a different species, and then like they started their own clan, and now they became what we see as this species. That'd be cool.
What's it like growing up under the Qun?
The Tamasrans raise us in these units of kids all our own age. They're like teachers or chantry sisters. They also help figure out what jobs we should do. They had me pegged for military work early on. When they learned I could hit stuff and lie, they started training me for the Ben Hasra.
So the Qun decided what work you would do. You didn't get a choice.
I could have acted like I didn't like hitting things, I guess. But why would I do that? I was good at my work. I liked doing it. Far as I can tell, the Tamasrans made the right call.
Do you ever think about what would happen if the Qunari conquered Orlais or Eldon?
Some folks, like Cassandra or Cullen, would do fine if they didn't die fighting. Those two love rules. But the mages, Vivienne's too political, Dorian's too arrogant, and Solus is just weird. They'd all end up dead. Or worse. They'd kill Cole, cause, you know, demon. Sarah would end up with her mind broken, sweeping floors in some shop.
Dang.
So, to answer your question, no, I don't think about it much at all.
Sheesh.
I heard there's no marriage among the Qunari.
Yeah, that's true. Qunari love our friends like anyone does, but we don't have sex with them.
Qunari don't have sex?
Oh, we definitely have sex. They're Tamasrans who pop your cork whenever you need it.
Ah. What, really?
Seriously?
Yes. It's not a big deal like it is here. It's like, I don't know, going to see a healer. Sometimes it's this long, involved thing. It takes all day, leaves you walking funny. Other times you're in and out in 5 minutes. Thank you. See you next week.
Dang. Don't know what to say. Sounds great.
I could work with that.
I know, right? No drama. Still, it's more fun here. Fewer rituals, more making it up as you go along. Plus, you folk have redheads.
Dang.
Redheads.
Okay, Peter Parker, I see you, bro.
How do the Qunari rule themselves?
It's pretty simple. We've got the matriarchy, the priesthood, and the military. The priesthood figures out how Qunari should live in theory. The matriarchy makes it work in practice. And the military keeps the Qunari safe from outside threats.
Is there much dissent?
Does it actually work like that? Is there much infighting?
Not like you're thinking of. People disagree, yeah, but the priests are there to solve disagreements. Here in Olay, politicking comes from people putting their own gain ahead of the gains of society. If you do that among the Qunari, the Ben Hasrath set you straight. Or kill you.
Day-to-day
How is
life.
everyday life different for Qunari?
Depends on your job, I guess. Some are just about the same.
By the
A
honest
baker
type.
in Valroyo gets up, gets dressed, and starts work. A baker in Parvolan does the same thing. They don't care about the Empire or the Q. Mostly they worry about breaking eggs and hope the dough rises right.
Except that baker isn't free.
It can't be exactly the same. The Qunari have no personal freedoms.
How many personal freedoms do you figure that baker in Valroyo has? Life isn't about freedom. The baker in Parvolan wonders if she'll be given enough eggs to do her work. Will they come on time? Will the kitchen workers get her bread while it's fresh, or will they come late and blame her because it's stale? Same crap in Valroyo. People are just people.
See you later, Bull.
Nice talking with you, boss. Man, those serving girls are frisky.
Tell me about your troops.
I'd like to hear more about the Chargers.
Always happy to talk about my guys.
Who's your romantic interest so far? Sandra. Tell me. All right, tell me about Krem. We gotta rip the band-aid off.
I'd like to know more about Krem.
He's a good soldier, and a better second in command. The troops need someone to complain to when I'm being a hard ass. He's good for that.
Okay, they were respectful for it. Him being okay. All right, see, there they are with it. Let's just rip the band-aid off.
You don't have any problems with him being a woman?
He's not a woman.
There you go.
You and I have to walk carefully so we don't accidentally break the furniture or the elves. We're probably not the best people to go around deciding what's normal. Krem's a good man. I don't give a nug's ass that it's a little harder for him to piss standing up.
You don't have a problem with him being from Tevinter?
Nah.
But you hate the Vints.
Sure, but he's not a Vint. He's just Krem. I can get worked up about a group or a nation just fine, but people, it's too much work to hate them one by one.
He was pretty stern about it.
How did you start the group?
It's easy to make a name for yourself as a merc when you're a head taller than most folks. I spent a year or two working for Fisher's Bleeders, but their captain was crap. Figured I could do better. The best folks in the Bleeders agreed with me, so we split off.
I imagine Fisher disagreed.
He came at me. I snapped his sword in half, and we talked things out over drinks.
What are the craziest jobs you've ever taken?
Besides this one, there's a lot of violence between the nobles here, but that's standard work. The fun stuff is when they party. They always want to impress each other, and that means getting something shiny. We've hunted wyverns, fought through caves to find some old magical crap.
What's up, Jody?
Even went giant baiting once.
Good to see you. Giant baiting.
What's giant baiting?
So this old guy, Comte Van Chess, has some kind of a pageant planned, but he needs a giant, which is off in some damn cave. He's got some kind of rare charm to control the giant, but no way he's going into that cave himself. So we go in, kill some spiders, find the giant, and wake it up. It attacks us because, of course, it does, and we let the big bastard chase us outside where Van Chess is waiting.
I can kind of hear it, actually. You let it chase you?
That was actually your plan? To let a giant chase you?
Yeah, we had to stay out of reach, but close enough that it wouldn't give up. It was tricky. Good news is the giants are slow. Long as my guys ahead could clear out the spiders, we were fine. Bad news is the giant spiderwebs slow you down a bit more than you think.
But at least Comte Van Chess got his giant for the pageant.
Turned out that charm was a phony. Giant ate the poor guy alive. It's okay, though.
It's okay, though. We stay. Shut up. The guy died. Come on, man. The group is diverse.
You have people from plenty of different backgrounds in your group.
Yes, well, when you're in Orlais and you look like me, you can't be picky about who you take in. A lot of them got turned away from other companies that didn't want a knife here, or a crazy dwarf. Their loss. You get my back in a fight and carry your own weight, you're good with me. How about you? You had a company of your own. How did you put yours together?
I took all kinds. I used Talvashah. I took all kinds.
Like you, more or less. I took anyone who could take care of themselves and follow orders.
Great minds.
Goodbye.
See you later, Bo.
Nice talking with you, boss.
I think that's all the dialogue with him now.
You need me?
Nope.
See you later, Bo.
Nice talking with you, boss.
Sure, but I'm thinking about doing a run and doing the opposite of my normal choices. Maybe play a female warden, male hawk, female inquisitor, but then I can't get with Morgan. Internal conflict. Next time I do origins, I would have to resist Morgan. I would probably do female warden with Alistair.
Sorry.
Your boss.
Or Zevran.
I did, I'm just saying what he said.
Or Liliana.
I'll ask
around again tomorrow.
I don't know.
Let me know if you find
It would be something like that. Okay, I just don't have. I don't have. Okay. There's no more with them. There's no more. I still don't have Iron Bull's quest, so I'm gonna just leave that for now. I am gonna talk to Blackwall though. I don't think it does. I didn't see anything that popped up that said it. Male Warden was great with Morrigan. No, you have enough approval to meet the Chargers. Okay, and we did that. So, well, I literally did all of his dialogue. There was literally nothing left.
I've a hankering for company. When I was a boy, there were these urchins who roamed the streets near my father's house. One day, they found a dog. A wretched little thing. It came to them for food. They caught it, tied a rope around its neck, and strung it up. Do you know what I did?
You stopped them? Cut the dog down?
I did nothing. Not a damn thing. It was crying. I saw the kicking legs, the neck straining.
Oh, sorry. I reacted to that physically.
Went inside and closed the door. I could have told my father or alerted someone. I didn't. I just pretended it wasn't happening.
You were a child.
You said you were just a boy.
I was old enough to know the dog was suffering and that it was wrong. I may as well have tied the noose myself. We could make the world better. It's just easier to shut our eyes.
Your eyes aren't shut. All this over, dog. Don't let that stop you. Your eyes aren't shut.
When we first met, you were saving peasants from demons and outlaws. You're not a man who shuts his eyes. A little insane, maybe.
Of course you'd make light of it. You make saving the world look easy. The rest of us can only dream of matching what you've done. Don't you see? It's not just about what happened back then. There's always some dog out there. Some fucking mongrel that doesn't know how to stay away.
Dang. That kind of made me feel kind of bad a little bit. You know what I mean? I don't know why it reminds me of like in season 2 of the Telltale's The Walking Dead. you find this dog and he's all cool with you and stuff, like really neat, sweet little doggo, you know, and you find some food and you're sharing the food, but he's a little too hungry, you know, and he starts actually attacking you for it, you know. And I just think it's very sad because you know, trying to defend yourself, you know, he ends up kind of getting stuck onto something, and there's no saving him, especially not in no, you know, zombie apocalypse, you know. So there is no saving him, and you have to go, and you can choose to like oh crap, you can choose to do something about it or not, you know. And it's like, that's so freaking sad, you know. Dog deaths always hit people a lot in video games, and I've never really been the biggest dog guy. I never grew up with one, still don't have one now, you know, but like it still, you know, hits, you know, it still hits, because I mean everybody is endeared towards dogs and stuff like that more often than not because they're innocent, you know, and they're usually products of people who they've been around and stuff like that. So more often than not, if somebody has a problem with a dog, they're actually having a problem with the person that raised them. You know, that's usually just how it works. And I get I feel Blackwall feeling this kind of way because, I mean, he knows he was young, and he knows he was young enough to where he should know better. I mean, there's no other way to say it. You know, sometimes you do just know you're old enough for something. You could have done something and you didn't, you know. So obviously that's where a lot of, you know, the unfortunate feelings come from. And I can't exactly blame him for feeling some type of way, you know, about it. But at the end of the day, like we tried to tell him, he is just a kid, man. He was just a kid. There's no reason to, you know, to be so hard on yourself when you realistically just, it hurts, you know. And yeah, you could have probably done something, but the fact is that because you didn't do anything is what makes that situation so impactful now. The fact that you're remembering this in the first place, despite it happening decades ago, is proof of that in the first place. You know, it's proof that you feel this way and that it meant something. I don't know. If it wasn't a big deal to you, it wouldn't have mattered. You know, you wouldn't remember this. I don't know. I just feel like it's important to kind of notate that. I feel like that's really important to notate. The fact that you're still thinking about it this long time means that it had an effect on you. And yes, I was saying all of that while I was uploading a YouTube short. Like I somehow was able to express coherent thoughts. Yeah, he's clearly the kind of person who hates himself. You know, he thinks very low of himself. He always wants to do the right thing, but it's very obvious. You know, he doesn't think much of himself at all. Bonnie Sims. That kind of reminds me of someone else. Wait, what was this? Not paying for that. So is he still here? Hey, where did he go now?
I should look around.
Oh, about to say, here it is. Oh, he left a letter. Inquisitor, you've been a friend and an inspiration. You've given me the wisdom to know right from wrong, and more importantly, the courage to uphold the former. It's been my honor to serve you. What, did he leave? Wait, oh, who are you? Where are you going?
The spy master has confirmed it. Blackwall is gone.
He would not have left unless he had a good reason.
It is not for me to speculate on Blackwall's motivations. Sister Leliana had us search the Warden's quarters. Not much to find, except this. It was missing from last week's reports. I don't know what Blackwall's interest in this particular matter is, but it could be a good place to start.
Love this part. Oh shoot, what am I about to experience, y'all? What am I about to experience? This scene hurts if you romance him. I hadn't even considered that. Like that he'd be like romanceable. I'm really hoping he's not gone for good. That would really suck if he's gone for good. That would that would really suck if he was gone for good. Lieutenant Ciro Mornay, one of the soldiers responsible for the Calais massacre of 937, was captured in Leeds. Like the others who were arrested for their involvement, Mornay insists that he did not know who he was assassinating and that he was just following the orders of his captain. This captain, Rainier, is still at large. Mornay is to be executed within the week in Val Royeaux. I have to attend the execution. I can't do anything about it.
Not now, sister.
I know what you mean to do. It won't happen.
My father drowned there. Who are you to tell me what will make me feel better? I'll find him. I'll find the mayor and I'll
yeah.
Decide your actions before you go. In the moment, there's only before and too late.
Dang, she's spitting at him right now. $18? Are you kidding me, bruh? All right. Peter the Inquisitor here. All right. Is there? Can I go to the war table? Can I go to the war room? Maybe there's something I can do. Maybe it's like, ha, inquisitive player. You came here instead of going straight there. You are rewarded now with another option. Yay! F5, what a time to be alive. Just in case. We haven't F5'd quite that much this stream. Just want to make sure we're good. So it's in Orlais. Bellicose, name of our enemy, College of Magi, unmask those across the sea.
I have requests for information on your lineage from a few interested parties at the Winter Palace.
Andraste preserve me. Feel free to use those requests as kindling.
No, I shall take them. I want to know who pines for our commander. We can use this to our advantage.
I am not bait.
Hush. Just look pretty.
Bruh. Jenny from Darkspawn, all that glitters, improving morale. There's a lot I gotta do. I don't think there's anything I can really do. I don't see anything really about it. Dang, there's a lot I gotta do on here. I think the next stream is gonna start with a bunch of war table stuff. I think it has to. There's just a whole bunch we've been kind of not doing. Hard in Hightown. Oh shoot. No, not yet.
It was interesting to see how much has changed in Halam Shiral. And so little.
Madame Méprise is a fixture. The sun will grow cold before she retires.
All right, there's not much I can do. Let's just go to Val Royeaux now. Can't pick Blackwall. Let's pick Cassandra, Varric, and Solus. The default dudes, bro. The default dudes. Val, Roy, however you spell it. Okay. This is coming in would be nice. We did a lot of quests and stuff in this episode. I'm actually proud of like things. This is a much more comfortable stream where I feel like we yapped and we kept a good balance of like actually doing things. F5, what time to be alive? Just in case. Default dudes at new team name.
Cyril Mornay, for your crimes against the Empire of Orlais. For the murders of General Vincent Callier, Lady Laurette Callier, their 4 children, and their retainers.
Dang.
You are sentenced to be hanged from the neck until dead. Do you have anything to say in your defense? Very well.
Well, this is grim.
Proceed.
Stop!
A Grey Warden.
This man is innocent of the crimes laid before him. Orders were given and he followed them like any good soldier. He should not die for that mistake.
Then find me the man who gave the order.
Oh, shit.
It was him.
Blackwall! No, I am not Blackwall. I never was Blackwall. Warden Blackwall is dead. And has been for years.
What?
I assumed his name to hide like a coward from who I really am.
You, after all this time.
It's over. I'm done hiding. I gave the order. The crime is mine. I am Tom Rainier.
What? What? No way. What? Okay, that was a twist I wasn't seeing coming. I definitely did not see that coming. I thought, you know, maybe he's the one who really did the bad thing, but like I thought maybe he just gave the order. Like just that.
Slumped, my lad.
I'd have commanded more attention for less of a cause.
Dang.
I trust you've heard what befell Roderick at Haven.
The Winter Palace assaulted. Duchess Florian disgraced.
Rio. Yes, for once Ace didn't know. You're right. Yeah, I didn't know. I honestly didn't think he was someone else the whole time and assuming their identity. I did not see that coming. I knew he had a lot of regrets for a Grey Warden, you know, but that was basically it. I didn't. Yeah, yeah. Okay, see, I asked that question. I was like, why are you unaffected? Like, are you okay? It's because he literally wasn't a Grey Warden. He literally isn't one. That's kind of nuts. I gotta admit, that is such a crazy twist, you know? And that was probably the biggest thing. I wish I had pursued that, because I asked, and I even asked multiple times in that setting, but I don't know. I just didn't push it. I normally I feel like I would push that kind of thing, but I didn't. I didn't. There was a lot of other things at play at the moment. I didn't know. He's so boring until that twist. What? I actually liked him a lot. Oh, Amulet of Power. Dang.
I didn't take Blackwall's life. I traded his death. He wanted me for the Wardens, but there was an ambush. Darkspawn. He was killed. I took his name to stop the world from losing a good man. But a good man, the man he was, wouldn't have let another die in his place.
And dying makes up for it.
You think your death will make up for what you did?
Isn't it a start? Why are you here?
I want to help. That's up to you. I want to help.
I needed you to know you aren't alone in this.
Don't you understand? I gave the order to kill Lord Callier, his entourage, and I lied to my men about what they were doing. When it came to light, I ran. Those men, my men, paid for my treason while I was pretending to be a better man.
That is messed up.
This is what I am. A murderer, a traitor, a monster.
I didn't see this coming, man. I'm pretty shocked. I honestly don't. I feel like because I predict so much stuff, I have like a mental like processor that allows me to, like, when I foresee something coming, I'm able to kind of predict how I'll react to it and kind of think through how I would respond to it. And when I'm caught off guard like this, I honestly just don't know. This is how I was a lot during Mass Effect. If you notice, during choices, there were just jump cuts during it sometimes, because honestly I would sit here for like 5-10 minutes thinking about how I'm supposed to respond and playing, making up all these scenarios in my head about what happens and how it's responded to and stuff. But it's pretty neat. It's fun to see a surprise. Yeah, genuinely. You're more than that. I'm not convinced. You're pathetic. You're more than that.
I know you're more than what you say. Have some faith in yourself.
Blackwall's such a great character, a villain and coward who turned into a hero, but he can never see himself as such. He's in my top 3 companions for Inquisition. He might be top 3 companion, though. Again, I usually keep Varric out of that because he's number 1, obviously. But like Cassandra, Blackwall, they're like my goats, man.
Yes.
Who were you before this mess?
I was a captain in the Orlesian army. Well regarded, respected. But it wasn't enough. One mistake. One mistake and everything I worked for fell apart.
What was the mistake? Your crime.
I need to know the details of what you did. Who you killed. Why?
I betrayed the Empire and assassinated a general.
He greatly approved you called him pathetic. Dang, man, I kind of wish I reloaded.
My employer was a Chevalier, Robert Chapuis. Sir Robert believed that Grand
That's
Duke
what
Gaspard
Ravens for a
was the
sec.
rightful ruler of Orlais and would eventually take the throne. He thought that by eliminating one of Celine's loyal supporters, he might endear himself to the true Emperor. I can't say if Robert's plan would have worked. I didn't care. There was good coin offered, and I took it. By the time Sir Robert's involvement was uncovered, I was long gone. Of course, the Grand Duke disavowed any knowledge of the act and publicly condemned it. Robert killed himself. Poison in his wine. Another victim of the great game.
Dang. That's pretty messed up. I mean, he did do bad. And again, you guys know me by now. I kind of hate patting people on the back when they're feeling sorry for themselves, because I usually like to play into how they're feeling, you know? I kind of don't know why I did it for Blackwall a little bit. I kind of don't like that I did that. But I want him to feel bad about what he did. I want him to feel bad about it.
My reports say that Callier was with his family. You had them all slaughtered.
I didn't know Callier would be traveling with his family. I assumed only soldiers, armed guards. My men had been told to eliminate everyone. They'd seen war. They thought they were defending their country. No one likes to think about that. But it's names that carry power in this world. Bloodlines. Heirs. No matter how leaders like Celine or Gaspard pretend the game is played, that's how real war is waged.
Only by cowards.
Only cowards strike the defenseless.
I've been on enough battlefields to know the same crime at the right time would have earned a medal. But that's what I did. And why I deserve to be here.
What you tell your men?
You got your men to help you. What did you tell them?
They didn't know who they were attacking. I told them it was an important mission. They trusted me without question. Just as your men trust you.
Our men follow me because they believe our cause is righteous.
They believe it because that's what you tell them.
There's another thing I'm still wondering.
Yes?
I need to know about Blackwall. The real Blackwall.
We met in a tavern when I was on the run. I was nothing. A waste of life. But he wanted to recruit me. We headed to Valchavan for the joining. But Blackwall insisted on making a stop along the way. An old ruin from one of the previous blights. He said it led to the deep roads. I was to go down alone, find a darkspawn, and fill a vial with its blood. When I returned, I found the warden ambushed by more of the creatures. He took a blow for me. He shouldn't have died. It should have been me.
It was a heroic act, stepping between you and a darkspawn.
I wasn't worthy. He would have wanted me to carry on to Valchavan, I'm certain. But without Blackwall, there's no proof that I've been recruited. That I didn't kill him.
Interesting.
But I couldn't just walk away.
I still would have went there.
Rainier died. And Blackwall lived.
The man on the gallows, Mornay. Who was he?
My second in command. He was a good man. When I heard he'd been caught, I was resolved to stop his execution. Couldn't let another die for my mistake.
That's all for now.
Dang.
I have Liliana's report on Tom Rainier.
Didn't think you were here.
Give me the overview.
Looks like our friend was once a respected captain in the Imperial Orlesian army. Before the Civil War, he was turned, persuaded to assassinate one of Celine's biggest supporters. He led a group of fiercely loyal men on this mission, and told them nothing of it. His men took the fall for him. A few lucky ones, like Mornay, managed to escape.
This is helpful, or at least educational.
Don't blame yourself. We all made this mistake. What do we do now? Blackwall... Rainier has accepted his fate, but you don't have to. We have resources. If he's released to us, you may pass judgment on him yourself.
What would you do?
If it were up to you, what would happen?
What he did to the men under his command was unacceptable. He betrayed their trust, betrayed ours. I despise him for it. And yet he fought as a warden, joined the Inquisition, gave his blood for our cause. And the moment he shakes off his past, he turns around and owns up to it. Why?
People change. You're impressed. People change.
He wanted to change. To prove that he'd really left his past behind, he had to face up to it.
Saving Mornay the way he did took courage, I'll give him that. But I can't tell you what to do.
I'll say this. to give my thoughts in a comprehensive way. I think what he did was scummy, and I think at one point in time Tom was scum of the earth, because he quite literally had this entire family killed and put the blame on his men. You know, I get there's in Orlais, politics lead this to happen. I mean, this is true even in the real world, you know, like this is something that everybody is aware of, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's right, you know. And again, even though he didn't know that his family would be there, he still he knew what he was doing was wrong. That's why he didn't tell his men what they would be doing. So when they went to do the deed, they all thought they were fighting for some righteous cause, you know, and doing the right thing, you know. And while most of them died in the end, some were able to escape, and I'm sure they were hanging on to that anger for a long time. And the point of it all is that Blackwall did change, you know, or Tom, I should say. He did change, and he is somebody who deeply regrets what he did, and he is literally given his blood to fight for the Inquisition. And there are times where, like, you know, I'm sure we needed him. He is somebody we need, you know, but at the same time, he's honestly not a Grey Warden, you know. Like, his orders still got them killed. The worst part is that he ran, and that it's been so long since that happened. You know, it's been so long, and he still let all his men take the fall for it, you know. But now that his second in command is about to die, now he finally decides to say something. He felt that he changed enough to be big enough to kind of to take this now, and he's very upset about what he did. But I'm gonna be honest, I say we bring him back. I honestly say we get him back, because realistically, you know, I mean, Grey Wardens pardon people all the time. You know, I mean, it doesn't really matter what you were before you were a Grey Warden. You're a Grey Warden now, bet your crimes are, you know, dropped. You're now a Grey Warden now. Die for the betterment of the world. Yeah, I would say make him become a Grey Warden for real now. I mean, we are basically over the Grey Wardens now. They've been absorbed somewhat into the Inquisition, you know. So I think I still, as the leader of the Inquisition, have that kind of authority, you know. Yeah, it's like the Night's Watch in Game of Thrones, you know, to where it doesn't matter what you were, who you were before that. When you join the Night's Watch, you're just now born. Anything that happened to you beforehand, what kind of life you lived, well, it doesn't matter, you're a prince or a murderer or a thief. If you join the Night's Watch, that is all you are and all you have ever been as far as they're concerned, you know. And the Grey Wardens are basically the exact same way, because in the end, all Grey Wardens die for the cause of saving our planet. They are the only ones who can, you know, destroy a blight. You know, if a blight comes and is plaguing our lands, it has to be a Grey Warden to save us, you know. And I think that's one of the biggest kind of honors you give them, you know. Kinda. Fanny, I hope you're doing well. Being a warden is kind of just a prolonged death sentence, you know. Maybe not if our hero Ferelden has anything to do about it, but this is all before he was being taken by the original Blackwall. I imagine if he was like Duncan, he knew the past, but was absolving him if he was going to make him a Grey Warden. Yeah, I think that he should see in himself what Blackwall saw in him, because Blackwall, in the end, still was going to conscript him into the Grey Wardens even after everything happened. You know, he had already done these terrible things, and I'm sure, you know, Tom had like brought it up in some way. He seemed like a person with a ton of regrets because he did stuff wrong. And even if Blackwall didn't know the intricate details of stuff, he still thought, well, whatever he did must have been pretty bad, you know, and this guy wants to do the right thing. So he's a person who can't go back to wherever he was before, and he deeply regrets the actions he took. So at that point, the best thing to do for a guy this lost but wants to do better is to conscript him into the Grey Wardens. Yeah, I hope you have a good one. I appreciate you coming by. It feels like the biggest thing. I hope that's an option. I hope that's an option. I hope that's an option. Even Duncan had a storied past. What he did was pretty bad. Yeah, I've heard people talk kind of about that. That's why the Wards are so cool. Complex characters all around. They're my favorite organization in this series. I think we're just going to get him out. Duncan killed the woman who conscripted him's fiance. Sheesh. I say get him out.
Have Rainier released to us.
We must move quickly. We can explore our options back at Skyhold.
Yep. It might look bad, but order the advisors to find a way to the advisors. Who are they?
Yes. That's all for now.
Oh. I thought that was already us doing it. Can I just go there? So, hold up. F5, what's on to be alive? Now we go here. Skyhold. Isn't it good doing story in this game? Like getting to experience some stories. This is some of the stuff I feel like the stream has been filled with stuff that like you guys have wanted me to see. And I love that feeling when I'm streaming a game, man. Like I feel like we really did something. Yeah, okay.
Well spent. We look like a capital now.
Nearly. And it's spreading to the tents.
Yeah, this is much more homely than your bed down in Silver.
I was not expecting all this with him just now. Okay, I'm gonna actually do a hard save here. Just in case. Some of the War Council. So would this be in Orlais? Because he's being held in Orlais. Judgment playing to win. Dangerous game. All that glitters. Dangerous metal. Laboratory. Venatori. Dwarven slaves. Missing blades. A friend in Narius. Those across the sea. Oh, right there. Yeah, I think this has one of my favorite, at least of the last few streams. If you think it worthwhile, we can have Tom Rainier, previously known to us as Blackwall, released from Val Royal prison in which he awaits justice. Keep in mind, Inquisitor, that he is wanted in Orlais for the massacre which claimed the lives of Lord Vincent Callier, general and staunch ally of Celine, and all of Callier's family. I leave this in your hands. I request a special dispensation from the Lord. Crap, I wasn't. I wasn't trying to do that. I was trying to click next. I guess it doesn't matter though. This crap. This mission came. Few questions asked. What passed in Halam Sharal is fresh in their minds. Rainier awaits your judgment. I mean, I guess it's fine. Wait, was that bad? I mean, I think we got him though, right? I didn't actually even get to read all the options. And if I accept report, it's just going to put me right back in there. Can I F9 here? No, I can't. I guess it doesn't matter actually what you pick. All right, well. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. I will reload for that. I actually will reload for that because there was another thing without any. Yeah, I will reload for that because that's what I wanted to order the advisors to find a way to release him from prison, and I want to do that discreetly. Or did my option actually do that? Okay. Okay. Underworld knowledge, it's secrets, I'm pretty sure. I use diplomacy. Yeah, this would be it. 2 problems, 1 solution. There was a traitor to our cause, a man similar in build and appearance to Rainier. We bind and gag him and have him take Rainier's place. He is condemned instead, and the world believes Rainier has paid the price. Sheesh. We can storm the prison with a small force and take Rainier into custody. Valrio's prison guards will oppose us. We should prepare for casualties. Why would you do that if you didn't have the others, though? Well, I mean, there's a traitor in our midst who is gonna die anyway. Sheesh. Guess we doing that. Thanks, Liliana. Our choice of replacement was in Tom Rainier's stead. So far the world knows Rainier met his death at dawn. My agents will maintain the deception, silencing all rumors. The real Rainier is in our custody. I think that's a bit better. I think that's a bit better. It is ruthless, you know, but again, he was a traitor anyway, and he was trying to mess us up. And betraying the Inquisition is like betraying the world. That's totally what happened. You're supposed to not think that hard about it. Come on. that's messed up. All right, let's sit on here and see what are we doing.
For judgment this day, Inquisitor, I must present Captain Tom Rainier, formerly known to us as Warden Blackwall. His crimes... well, you are aware of his crimes. It was no small expense to bring him here, but the decision of what to do with him is now yours.
I hate to see you like this.
I didn't think this would be easy, but it's harder than I thought.
Another thing to regret. I know you put another man in my place. Haven't enough died for me.
I had no choice. Doesn't mean your opinions don't matter. I had no choice.
I wish there'd been another way, but my options were limited.
You could have left me there. I accepted my punishment. I was ready for all this to end.
Oh, if you romance him...
What becomes of me now?
I owe you. Your lie continues. Sheesh. Keep him in servitude. You're free if you atone. The wardens will decide. What will the wardens do? Will they? The wardens. I feel like they would conscript him. Like the only person that really. Well, no, he was pretending to be a warden though, right? Wardens need more warden. That's what I would think they would do. You know, like that's what I would think they would do. I think the wardens should decide here. I actually didn't consider that, because what if we beat the game? Will we not have him for the DLC? Or I guess as long as we do the DLC before you beat the game. Does Blackwall even know how the joining works? I actually probably don't think so. Or when he broke up with you? Yeah, I'm thinking about Trespasser, yeah. I think I'm going to give him to the wardens. I think that's what he wants. I think he would want that, because at the end of the day, you don't need to die to make up for what you did. I think, you know, if anything, this is probably the best version of a death sentence I can give you. You can become the Grey Warden you were always meant to become, and truly become what Blackwall was to you, you know?
Blackwall intended you join the Wardens. I will let them decide your fate, but only when Corypheus is dead. For now, Tom Rainier, the Inquisition needs you.
As you command.
This is a chance to atone.
Blackwall gave you the chance to atone through action, not merely punishment. I find I can do no less.
I am grateful for this, Inquisitor. And I will serve for as long as I can.
This is a great twist. That was a pretty easy choice for me, because like I like the character and I would personally be feeling like I'll just let him go free, you know? But nah, that's not how it should be. I genuinely think he messed up, and I don't want it to be, you know, it shouldn't be danced around. He messed up. He did. He absolutely messed up, and the consequences of his actions got a lot of people killed, you know, even an innocent family, you know, which is just so very bad, you know. It sucks. Blackwall, they still call him Blackwall. I thought it might do the Chrono Trigger thing where you learn about somebody's new identity and they actually start going by that. Constitution. I actually think this is pretty good. The flanking damage bonus kind of sucks, but like 20% more is pretty nuts though, right? I'll put this on for now. That was awesome though, man. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. We've done basically everybody's quest. So I think we have Blackwalls should be a thing now. We still need to do, we did Dorian's, we did Leliana's. Did we do Solus's? I feel like we did. That was with his friend. Yeah. And we did Varric. So we just need to do Vivian. I doubt Morrigan has one, but maybe she does. Maybe everybody I can look at has one. But we haven't, we did Josephine's because we had the thing with her family. Cullen, Vivian, I guess Cullen, Vivian, and Morrigan. I feel like Morrigan doesn't have anything, but we have to do Iron Bowls as well. Yeah, I'm seeing it. It's there.
Well, let me know if
Ah, come on, Krim. I'm working my ass off trying to get you to see that move.
You still got plenty of arse left, Chief. Your worship.
Glad you came by. I got a letter from my contacts in the Ben Hasrath. Already verified it with Red.
You want to discuss this alone?
Not like I was hiding it from my boys. Besides, right now, I need to hit something.
You know they've got training dummies, Chief.
The training dummy might actually defend itself against the shield bash.
Dang.
Anyway, the Ben Hasrath letter.
What did the letter say?
The Ben Hasrath have been reading my reports. They don't like Corypheus or his Venatori. And they really don't like Red Lyrium. They're ready to work with us. With you, boss. The Qunari and the Inquisition, joining forces.
That could be a powerful alliance.
My people have never made a full-blown alliance with a foreign power before. This would be a big step. They found a massive Red Lyrium shipping operation out on the coast.
They wanted us to hit it together. Talked about bringing in one of their dreadnoughts. Always wanted to see one of those big warships in action.
Did you see that? Go get some water. They're worried about tipping the smugglers, so no army. My chargers, you, maybe some backup.
You don't seem entirely happy about this.
No, I'm good. It's, I'm used to them being over there. It's been a while.
I thought Qunari wanted to extend their reach to the whole world.
Yeah, just didn't think I'd see it. Look, the Qun answers a lot of questions. It's a good life for a lot of people. But it's a big change, and a lot of folks here wouldn't do so well under that kind of life. I guess it's not like we're converting. This is just us joining forces against Corypheus. On that front, I think we're good.
What does this alliance really get us?
They wouldn't use the word alliance if they didn't mean it. Naval power. More Ben Hasrath reports. Qunari soldiers pointed at the Venatori. It could do a lot of good.
I think the Inquisition could use some help from the Qunari.
Good. I'll pass on word to Cullen and Red. We can set up the meeting whenever you're ready.
Okay. Storm Coast. And of course, it's kind of out of the way. All right, so we need Blackwall. Dang, Blackwall. That joins fire, right? Iron Bull. We're gonna do, no, I'm gonna bring Cassandra. And then we're going to bring Solus. I love that the cards change. That's so fire. Kyle, thanks for subscribing. I appreciate you, man. I know it didn't pop up yet, but I saw it updated on my activity thing. So I saw that you just did that. Thank you. It'll pop up in a minute. I think YouTube, like my plugins thing is pretty early.
Contacts should be here to meet us.
He is. Good to see you again, Hisrad.
Gat! Last I heard, you were still in Saharan.
They finally decided I'd calmed down enough to go back into the world.
Boss, this is Gat. We work together in Saharan.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Inquisitor. Hisrad's reports say you're doing good work.
Pleased to meet you.
I look forward to working together.
Hopefully this will help both our peoples. Tevinter is dangerous enough without the influence of this Venatori cult. If this new form of lyrium helps them seize power in Tevinter, the war with Kunandar could get worse.
With this stuff, the Vince could make their slaves into an army of magical freaks. We could lose Saharan and see a giant Tevinter army come marching back down here.
The Ben Hasrath agree. That's why we're here.
Yeah, I don't trust them. I'm only going along with it because Iron Bull wants to.
Signal the dreadnought so it can come in and take out the smuggler ship.
Bull, does this work for you?
What do you think, Bull?
Don't know. I've never liked covering a dreadnought run. Too many ways for crap to go wrong. If our scouts underestimate enemy numbers, we're dead. If we can't lock down the Venatori mages, the ship is dead. It's risky.
Riskier than letting Red Lyrium into Minrathos?
You're pushing on this. That feels suspicious. Yeah, Iron Bull seems to really want this. You know, he wants this to work and to go right. That's why I've been picking options I feel he approves of. Again, it's just one of those things in the game where you kind of pick. There it is. Appreciate you subscribing. It's one of the things where you got to kind of pick what you think they want to hear most. But yeah, that's what you gotta do. I didn't bring Dorian. No way for me to know.
There might be Venatori mages on the ship as well, if the dreadnought can't handle them.
It's unlikely there'll be more than 2 or 3 mages on the ship, and they'll be dead by the 3rd shot. On land, though, a half-dozen Venatori attacking the dreadnought from cover could do some serious damage.
If it's dangerous for the dreadnought close to shore, why not attack when the smugglers reach open water?
Any decent smuggling ship can outrun a dreadnought on open water. We need to catch them close to shore.
I could have crushed any Venatori resistance with the Inquisition's main forces. Why not use them?
Because then the Venatori would have seen you coming and run. They'd schedule a new shipment for later, and our spies might not know when or where. This is risky, yes, but it's our best chance to destroy the shipping operation permanently.
Let's go hold up our end of the bargain, then.
My agent suggested 2 possible locations the Venatori may be camped to guard the shore. There, and there. We'll need to split up and hit both at once.
I'll come with you, boss. Krim can lead the charges. Let me fill him in. Come by when you're ready to move.
Dang it, he's not here. Crap, and I can't spend his points. That's what I wanted to do beforehand.
Just waiting on you and his Rado. Iron Bull, I guess.
You knew Iron Bull back when he fought in Saharan?
Yes. He led the group that freed me. I was a Magister's slave, and when the Magister went to Saharan, he brought me along. For company. Iron Bull and his men attacked my master's ship and killed him, as well as his soldiers. Bull set me free.
And you decided to start following the Qun after that?
What do you think? I just watched a giant horned warrior kill the Magister who hurt me.
He never told me about this.
One of the few things he hasn't shared with you, I gather. Sure, Bull. Share the secret Ben Hasrath reports, but keep that bit where you save the elf boy to yourself.
Is Bull going to get in trouble for passing those reports on?
The Ben Hasrath aren't pleased with how forthcoming Bull has been, but he was one of their best agents. He kept the streets clean in Saharan longer than anyone before him or after. He fought until it nearly killed him. The Ben Hasrath trust him enough to accept how he joined the Inquisition, even if they don't like it. Besides, they hate to discard a tool that might still have some use left in it. That's why I have a job.
It sounds like following the Qun hasn't always been easy.
I had a temper. Bull's nickname for me, Gat, comes from Gatlock, the explosive power in Canary cannons. I was so angry when I was first freed. I wanted revenge. I wanted to find my family, who were still enslaved in Minrathos. I thought about leaving when the Qun didn't tell me what I wanted to hear, but I didn't.
Why not?
The Canary were always ready to listen, to teach. They cared for me as much as one of their own. And if I leave,
The parts of the Kyun that I don't like are never going to change.
All right. Oh,
I'll be waiting here.
didn't want to accidentally attack him or something. I started to kind of doze off there for a second. I was like, his voice with like the nature sound effects. I was like, especially since I've been live for almost 5 hours with a little sleep. I'm actually doing better than I thought I would.
Once they're down, send up your signal. That'll let the Dreadnought know it's safe to come in.
Adorable.
Understood, Chief.
Remember, you're gonna want a volley to start, but don't get suckered into fighting at range. They've got mages.
It's all right. We've got a mage
Nearly
of our own.
decapitated my guy.
A mage.
Get in close and take their enchanter down before he takes over the battlefield.
He'll be dead before he knows it.
Just pay attention, all right? The Vince want this red lyrium shipment bad.
Yes, I know. Thanks, Mother.
Kunari don't have mothers, remember?
We'll be fine, Chief.
All right, Chargers. Horns up!
Horns up!
Ready whenever you are, boss.
They keep saying they're not a mage, but aren't all mages apostates anyway now?
Head up, Bull.
Right. Chargers, hit 'em hard and hit 'em fast. When this is over, drinks are on me.
You got it, Chief. Charges. Double time. Let's move.
You gave your charges the easier target.
All right, hold up. Iron Bull, you got 4 points to I ain't used this dude in a bop, bro. It's been a while since I used you. Sure. Devour, yes, that's what I want. You actually get the last move here. Hold up. Grappling chain, ring of pain. Something's got to go here. This has 14-second cooldown. Whirlwind 21, 10, 20. We might need to get rid of grappling chain, if I'm honest. I think we might need to get rid of grappling chain. Everybody does pretty well with their AI.
Lower and farther from the smuggler's ship, it's much less likely to be heavily defended.
Suppose we'll do the heavy lifting then, just like old times.
I don't trust this guy at all. He did seem pretty real about the stuff, but I'm betting you the bin.
Careful. My agent said to expect opposition ahead of the main camp.
We've all done this a few times, Gat.
You've been living outside the Kyun for years now, Iron Bull. Just wanted to make sure your reflexes hadn't gotten as soft as the rest of you.
Ouch. Vince up ahead.
Don't let them warn the others. I don't see any tattoos, but you're carrying a staff. Are you from a Chantry circle?
No, and I would prefer not to discuss it.
Have I done something to offend you?
You joined the Kyun?
After they rescued me from slavery.
And put you into something worse? A slave may always struggle for freedom, but you among the Kyun have been taught not to think.
Solace, not the time.
Sheesh. Oh, crap. That's going to be annoying when I stop stream. Dude, the ice is so much better than the fire.
Not from here. Probably a better view once we take the Vince camp.
Worried?
They're my men. I've been with some of them for years.
I bet you he was holding out on how much the Ben Hazrath are feeling about him, and they're probably more upset with him than they gave off. Sometimes I can't hit them when they're on the ground like that. Signal the dreadnought. FI, what a time to be alive.
We're clear, Gat.
Right. Signaling the dreadnought.
Chargers already sent theirs up. See them down there?
I knew you gave them the easier job.
There's the dreadnought. That brings back memories.
They're about to get charged. Yeah, the Chargers are about to get black.
Nice one.
Wait. Hold up. Oh, shoot. He'll be killed.
The Chargers can't stand against that kind of force.
No, they can't.
Your men need to hold that position, Bull.
They do that. They're dead.
And if they don't, the Venatori retake it and the dreadnought is dead. You'd be throwing away an alliance between the Inquisition and the Canary. You'd be declaring yourself Talvishoth. With all you've given the Inquisition, half the Ben Hasra think you've betrayed us already. I stood up for you, Hisrad. I told them you would never become Talvishoth.
They're my men.
I know, but you need to do what's right, Hisrad. For this alliance, and for the Qun.
We don't need them that bad, bro. I would rather have the Chargers behind watching my back than these Qunari who don't even really care about the Inquisition that much anyway. Because helping us, they already feel like Bull has been betraying them in some way. You know, I would think that having Iron Bull here at all would count as, you know, us being in an alliance in some way, if somewhat informally. But I would not want Krim and all of them dead. I just don't. I'm sorry. I'm not doing that. And I'm be honest, if I was Iron Bull, I would leave. I would, if Iron Bull would probably sit, watch his people die, abandon me, or maybe even try to kill me, you know? But man. Yeah, Bull being the one to make the decision does make the most sense. I'm saving them.
Call the retreat.
Don't.
They're falling back.
All these years, Hisrad, and you throw away all that you are. For what? For this? For them?
We probably can't salvage this.
We can make this up to your people.
No, you can't.
He slightly disapproves. Yeah.
No way they'll get out of range. Won't be long now.
Bull, when the dreadnought sinks...
Sinks? Qunari dreadnoughts don't sink. Come on. Let's get back to my boys.
Yeah, the Qunari want what they want, and if they don't get it, they're mad. That's what I liked about Telltale games, where honestly silence was a valid answer sometimes.
Hey, boss.
Inquisitor, it is my duty to inform you that there will be no alliance between our peoples. Nor will you be receiving any more Ben Hasrath reports from your Talvishoth ally.
You under orders to kill me, Gat?
No. The Ben Hasrath have already lost one good man. They'd rather not lose two.
So much for that.
You did the right thing.
I'm proud of you, Bull.
Thanks, boss. You're late.
Sorry, Chief. Still sore from fighting off all those vents. Good to see you, Inquisitor.
How are the charges?
How did the Chargers come out of the fight?
Just fine. Thanks to you and the Chief, we had plenty of time to fall back. Chief's even breaking open a cask of chastened sackmead for the Chargers tonight.
Damn it, Krem. That's the kind of thing you don't have to mention to the Inquisitor.
Sorry, Chief.
Ah, forget it. You're doing fine.
That was a nice quest line, though. I like that. I like that a lot. I gotta say, the actual character quests in this game are pretty good. They are pretty good. I do feel like it takes quite a while to actually get them. You could say maybe it was my fault. You know, maybe I just... I don't know, but I feel like some of these just didn't start popping up until later in the game, you know? And because I'm so close to the end of the main story, it kind of feels like I had to go so long without that, you know? New gear I got for Iron Bull. Dread. Oh, it's a helmet. That's actually really good. It has a less attack and willpower, but like, ooh, that's kind of fire. Whoa, that's kind of fire. No, it's kind of fire. What's the name? Next main quest? It's called What Pride Had Wrought. Yeah, and everybody told me that if I do that, it'll start streamlining me into the ending. So I don't plan on doing that yet. Like I said before, I want to remind everybody, the only thing I'm promising before beating this game is to do everybody's character quest and doing the DLCs. Those are the only thing I'm promising. Everything else take me hundreds of hours to go and do it all. I'm not doing everything. The thing is, I'm not trying to rush the game. I just, even if I was playing on my own, I wouldn't do absolutely everything there is to do. And I guarantee most people watching this that have played this game didn't do absolutely everything on their first playthrough either. But yeah, then the next person I want to focus on is Vivian, because I think she's last. You guys could let me know if I'm wrong, but I don't think Morrigan has one, and I'm unsure if Cullen has one. Cullen, Vivian, and possibly Morrigan have one. We already did Josephine's already. This dude J Money's still fumbling, bro. This is crazy. Excited for whatever game is next. Dragon Age might have a slight hold because there's so many games coming out. All I can say is that by the end of this month, we will be doing Star Wars Zero Company, and I don't care if you know anything about Star Wars. You like they've already said, you don't need to know nothing about Star Wars to enjoy Star Wars Zero Company. You know, and it's a tactical RPG. So I'm gonna have a lot of fun with that, and it's the lead writers for it and stuff, and the directors from the Star Wars Jedi games, and the main people actually developing the game are the guys who did XCOM 2. So it's going to be a good time. I do still want to do Veilguard before the year is over, though. The only game I'm sure is happening is that. Halo is also going to be going on as well. So we'll still have that going on at the same time as Inquisition. I want to figure out the right place to put Veilguard into. It's not worth it. Are you sure? Oh, dang. Dang, I thought it was gonna let me. Nope, doesn't let me. Possibly, Callum. Yo, dude, just found your channel and spent the last 2 weeks watching your Mass Effect gameplay. Dropping by to say you're the GOAT. Best gameplay and commentary and choices. Tell your own I've seen. I appreciate that. That really does mean a lot to me. Again, I'm so glad people love the Mass Effect playthrough, and it's honestly aging better than the Dragon Age ones, surprisingly. I'm just happy it's aged so well, you know, and I just loved playing through those games. And it sucks that I took a break between Mass Effect 1 and 2. It wasn't that much of a break, but it was definitely at least 4 or 5 months, maybe 3 to 5 months, I'd say. A lot of people probably are here from Mass Effect. I'm surprised more people are here for on Dragon Age from Mass Effect. Those were really good. I would say that the Mass Effect series was one of my finest works. I do feel a little insecure about Mass Effect 1's playthrough. You know, if you remember, I quite clearly still wasn't used to more Western RPGs and stuff, so I might seem a little silly during those at the beginning, but man, I came into my own by the time Mass Effect 2 started, and we were having the time of our freaking lives, man. If I could go back and re-experience that for the first time, that would be beautiful, man. But again, I do have the Let's Plays up, so I can relive through myself whenever I want, which is why I'm so glad. Who did you romance? Someone already spoiled it in the chat, but in the end, like by the end of Mass Effect 3, my shepherd was with, spoiler alert, feel free to mute, and I'll put my hand down when I'm done spoiling, but by the end of Mass Effect 3, I romanced Tali. That was who I romanced. We did romance Liara in Mass Effect 1, and I guess somewhat, but things just didn't go right. Our character arcs went in different ways, so it just didn't progress through the end. But yes, that's how it happened. All right, now the spoilers are over, but yes, I think I'm going to end off the stream here. We've been live for almost 5 hours, so I think it's time I take a break. I'm probably gonna take the rest of the day off. Whenever I say I stream for like 5 or 6 hours, I'm like, yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm gonna go and do this and this when I get off stream, and I end up falling asleep by like 7 p.m. I'm not gonna do that this time. I'm going to take the rest of the day off. I might even take Monday off because I've been working a lot, but I've been posting a lot of YouTube shorts. A lot of people, you guys have been really kind about it and stuff. Really means a lot. I appreciate all the support on those. I just published a short just now. Usually if I leave one private for too long, it kind of goes bad, but I think it's fine. and people in the Discord probably just got another notification about it. But YouTube should not have sent a notification because I purposely, I know a lot of you guys told me that you've been seeing the shorts, but I've been purposely not alerting subscribers about the shorts because I've been playing a lot of indie games and stuff like that lately, you know, and talking about stuff just is it's an easier way to talk about it, you know. Plus, people have been wanting me to do shorts for a while anyway, so it's a nice way to get a little bit of KingdomAce even when he's not streaming, I feel. So I like Liara's character, but messing when she was kind of, I don't know, I felt really weird about romancing her in 1. That's strange. Maybe I need to go back and experience that again. I can't lose my baby. Yikes. Hey, just reload an old save. Do you have a clipper like the clip streams and stuff like that? I technically have it. Yeah. Just haven't been doing that. Like, I have it set up to where it'll record the last 3 minutes. All I have to do is press a button. I just quite frankly forget to do it while streaming, which is really dumb. But but yeah, I had a lot of fun. I hope you guys did too. I am super excited to continue this game. Next stream, if we find out if Morgan has a quest or not, and if she doesn't, then we'll just try to focus on Cullen. If he has a quest, we'll do that, and we'll do Vivian. But it sounds like we'll be starting the DLC tomorrow, next stream. So I hope you guys are ready for that. Again, make sure you guys are subscribed with the bell notifications ticked. That way you'll be see us notification for the next Inquisition stream. And for those that come out for Halo, it's been a lot of good fun. We had a ton of fun. So I appreciate those of you guys that were there. It really did mean a lot to have me play something different, you know, especially in a different context, and have you guys support it. It really did mean a lot. Thank you. So I'll see you guys again with that real soon. Thank you all so much for watching. My name is KingdomAce. Remember, everyone, to play some games, have some fun, and take care of yourselves.